What's going on, everybody? Good morning. How are you all doing? Sliz hype. Yeah. Yeah, those pictures from EGS are really, really cool. Uh-oh. What's going on over here? Let's take a look. Try that one. Yeah, that fixed it. There we go. Are you gonna watch the SLS rollout? Are you gonna go watch the SLS rollout? I don't know, man. NASA hasn't gotten back to me yet, so that's probably a no at this point. But if they somehow miraculously get it done, I have the Mustang ready to go. It's not gonna be the truck. The truck ain't ready. Mint. You love the bird's eyes? People either love these or they hate them. Hate them. And don't worry, now that I said people either love them or hate them, now everyone's going to tell me in chat. Right? Right? Hey, Ansel, what's going on? Here, look at this, fellas. I'm going to send this one out to you. If you don't like it, you send it right back. But you can't, because it's an expendable rocket. Pedal cam was still on. Take a look. Oh. Hey, Trippy. Well, it's good to see you, man. You still doing the Apex thing or what? Nah, hand. I'm alright. If they somehow do get back to you, I request to pick your Mustang and Vulcan's Mustang parked nose to nose with SLS in the background. I can swing that. Yeah, we can get that done, Thomas. That's no problem. Dude, that's awesome. That's freaking awesome, dude. Oh my goodness. That SLS is one piece of orange. I know from experience, dude. If you know what I mean. Look at that Delta 5, indeed. So about that Merc, did we get a picture of it, Hellfish? Means a lot. Yeah, still grinding Apex, but I'm diversifying my portfolio. Playing a new game tonight. Good. Trippy, I remember all that, dude. I don't know why. I do not try to make an effort to remember that information. Just something that I do. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I make a little bit of a concerted effort. Just a little bit. Not as much as you'd expect, though. My brain just remembers that stuff. I don't know why. I think my mom dropped me or something as a child, which would explain a lot. I mean, look.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know? Of course. I remember all that, dude. Any distinct conversation, any, like, conversation that was more than, like, just, like, a one or two comment exchange that I have with people, I will remember. Guaranteed. Like I said, I think I was dropped as a kid or something. I just stubbed my toe on the steering wheel. Or, not on the steering wheel, on the pedals. Oh, man, that hurt. Foot. Oh, it was just that type of stub that doesn't hurt, but your nerve system is like, hey! Oh. Ah. 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 Oh man, that was the perfect toe stub. Do you use the accelerator pedals as rudder pedals? No, I don't. I fly with a joystick. Everyone knows synths have perfect memory. Yeah. Start playing Kerbal, everyone starts making synth jokes again. Seriously though, look at that picture. Seriously though. Hey, Hooded, what's going on? Merc Picks. Okay. See you last. What in the frick is that side pod, dude?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Holy crap, dude. They really threw the frickin' book out the window, huh? I'd like to see someone play Thunderbird's rollout for the SLS. Yeah. Yeah, Boxy, right? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. Hey, Tars. You mean where is the side pod? Yeah. I'm sorry, I just... The side pod is all fine and dandy, but also... Oh! Oh, man. I love it. Oh, dude, look, dude. It's not even anywhere near the pad right now, and the payout is starting to come into focus. Oh my goodness. What's your Twitter? Same as my Twitch handle. Here, look at that. Look at that handsome devil right there. That felt weird. Okay. Why is the stage adapter insulated? Spaceman, that's actually a really good question. Seriously, great question. The oxygen tank for the stage, for the ICPS, is hanging. Remember how we were talking about how Neutron the other day, Rocket Lab's Neutron, like the benefits of a load reactor to hang your second stage from? Well, the ICPS that's on SLS is Delta 4 derived, so it's a Delta cryogenic second stage. The Delta cryogenic second stage is half forward load reacted. So I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but check it out. You're only seeing the hydrogen tank. The oxygen tank is hanging inside of that stage adapter, just like it is on a Delta 4. So they paint it down to keep it nice and cool inside of that adapter. Pretty neat, huh? Hey, Alucard. Yep. Delta stages are really smart. It's a really smart idea because you only need to build the structure into that, and those cross beams right there. The LOX tank doesn't need to be structural. It just needs to hold liquid oxygen. That's it. Yeah, Josh, it does. The Delta stages are good. I mean, so check this out. While we're here, before we jump into KSP, the exploration upper stage, the EUS that NASA is working on is just a big version of that with 4 RL-10s. And I say, oh, just a big version, like that's some easy thing to do. No. So the EUS's hydrogen tank is 8.4. It's 8.4 meters in diameter. It's that wide. And look at it compared to the 5 meter length right there on the ICPS. It's just a bigger version of the same thing. And dude, it's monstrous. It takes that idea to the next level. And then on top of that, Boeing the other day said that they've pretty much mastered composite hydrolox tanks. And if they made this sucker out of carbon composite, so like if they made carbon fiber wound stages, SLS could theoretically reach like payload capacity near Ares 5. Which is, let's just say we want this. Is it still getting made? Yeah, they're working on it. They're working on it. It passed critical design review, and now they're basically building all the tooling and doing all the testing to make them. That's all. So it's kind of the ramp up to start making them. Because they're not, once again, I'll say this once, I'll say it again. They're scaling to deadlines. The EUS is not going to be needed until Artemis 4. So it's not going to be needed until Artemis 4. So they're scaling to that. Artemis 4 is probably not going to be until like 2026, something like that. Now, one thing I'm like with is that NASA goes really slow, but they do that on purpose. Thomas, Does this have a full Orion capsule? It has no environmental control systems on it and no launch escape system. The launch escape system is a dud, Jim, but other than that, yes. It's pretty much a real one, yeah. Next SpaceX mission will be from Slick 40. We'll send more Starlinks up on 1051.12, which would be the first 12th flight of a booster. Word. Oh yeah, that thing's bouncing all over the place. Also, this picture and this picture are, they're just gonna, yep. Okay. You know, for research purposes. Yeah, for research purposes. It's been a month since Astra's fairing didn't fairing properly. Yeah, they wired so serious. Somebody. They didn't make a mistake in the wiring. It wasn't a processing problem. We actually heard about it the other day. It wasn't a wiring problem. It wasn't a processing problem. Somebody literally made the blueprints wrong. Whoops. Somebody made the blueprints wrong, and then they manufactured it wrong. And it didn't show up in testing because the blueprints reflected the manufacturing reflected the blueprints. Whoops. I like how SpaceX is testing the limits of their Falcon 9 stages just to see how far they can push them. But they're using them with their own payloads just in case they find the limits. I'm pretty damn impressed that those things can go that long. You know what? Let's keep going with this. Railroads Online is just too good. Yeah, no, Neil. Yeah, at least they can follow blueprints. Hey, they're still a young company, man. As long as you learn something, it's fine. You don't want to be like deep into operational missions and have this problem happen. You know? And since they're pioneering like rapid flying, like flying a lot, it's fine. Just you don't want to be like 10 years down the road and have something do this. That's a problem. It'd also be a return to the northern trajectory for launches, net 19th. Cool. Alright. So, if you didn't see the Wings Wednesday yesterday, oh man, are you in for a treat. We made one of the coolest planes that I've seen. I think it's probably one of the cooler things that I've ever made. This plane is... I don't know how to describe it. Here, take a look. Oh no, that's the old version. We don't want that one. That one is cool, but that's not what we want. What are all the markings on the floor for? They're there to look nice. Unlike you. This is the K92. Emotional damage. There we go. It looks like a vertibird from Fallout. It's kind of a vertibird from Fallout. It must have taken you forever to come up with that. No, it actually took me 2 seconds. Unlike you, I can say stuff off the cuff and be very witty about it. See? You want to go to Double Jeopardy where the stakes really change? Sorry, Hans, wrong guess. Alright. This looks like a plane that was made via straw poll. Trick, I know it looks ridiculous. Watch what this thing can do. It looks stupid. I'll admit, it looks the propellers on the end looks like something that a child would draw. I'm not gonna lie, but then again, I came up with it. Boom! Rare self-burn. Watch this. Okay, yaw sequencer is on. Rotor power is on. Collective, let's check the collective, make sure it works. Collective is working correctly. Yaw actuators are in play. Okay. I just gotta make sure I don't blow your eardrums out when we start the engines.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Set control systems. Sound cool when you're starting the vehicle up. Okie gifted us up to Tick-Ass Pork. How has MSC been treating you? It's fine, Doom. I think the motor's done in the Satsuma, though. I was driving it around, and the oil pressure went, and the coolant went, yeah, it wasn't good. Flux capacitor, fluxing, engine running. I think we blew a head gasket. Alright, we gotta get the torque limiters up to about 40 should be fine. Alright. Stability assist is on. Alright, here we go. So, it can operate like a helicopter, right? And you can do helicopter things with it. I think I still need to work with the user experience on this and invert the, I need to invert the up-down control. There we go. Or you can do this, watch. For it. There we go. Show off. What are you talking about, man? I'm super proud of this thing. She could just kind of hover here. And then spool down the engines. And now it's back to helicopter mode. Basically, I can get the plane to kind of just sit there like this. And then if we want to, we could shut the blades down completely. And this thing can operate like an airplane. How well does it fly straight and level, though? Well, let's take a quick jaunt out to the island runway, shall we? Once again, I know the thing looks stupid, but honestly, if you tried to do what we just did in any other plane, the plane falls out of the sky. So at high speed, what this thing does... At high speed, what it does is the rotor blades... I mean, they should be spinning a little bit. We should have them spin. The rotor blades turn into wings. They basically work like wings. That's called an autogyro. So this thing uses autogyro physics, which are in KSP. They're not particularly well implemented, but they are there. The animation for it isn't there, but it is autogyroing. If you open up the aerodynamic menu, look, my blades, the helicopter blades are my wings. See? See how much lift they're generating? They're the wings. Yeah, that's why it has these little stubby wings on it. So now it just flies like a regular airplane. There are some there is some things we need to figure out though. I need to engineer a better bearing for these things. Because these things can rotate. I could V-22 this thing if I really wanted to, but the blades would probably hit the wing if we did. We don't want to do that. So yeah, now she just flies like a regular airplane. So on the aero overlay, what are the colors? Yellow is control surface lift. This kind of purplish color is blade lift. Blue is just wing lift. Red is drag, and yellow is control surface. Yeah, like I said, yellow is control surface authority. Keep in mind that the blades, as they're spinning, I still have cyclic control bound to them. So they're acting as my ailerons right now. That's what keeps the plane steady on the roll axis, the blades spinning. So here, I throttle down. If I throttle down these bad mamma jamma engines right here, watch this. Throttle those bad boys down. We got to keep the torque limiter up just a little bit. Oh, there's drag. The blades do create drag. It's just so mild. All right. The Kerbal developers had to implement some stuff because helicopter blades in the game wouldn't have worked very well. So they imparted drag on the blades at the root of the blade instead of the tip of the blade, not the tip of the blade. They did a little fudgery to get them to work correctly. But part of what they did was impart drag on the blade from the base of the blade. So they do create drag. It's just you can't have it generate drag over the entire thing because Kerbal has no fluid dynamics, right? There's no fluidity with this. It's just us flying through and the computer's saying, "Oh, you're flying this fast in this direction. This is going to create this much drag." You know, it's pretty straightforward stuff. They fudge-manned it. So drag is imparted on the center of the rotor shaft of the blade. This is how they did it. That was the only real good way to get the helicopter blades to work correctly. But yeah, they do auto gyroing does happen. It will auto gyro. Yeah, it can absolutely do it. And check this out. I know I have some power. We have some torque on the blades right there just to keep them spinning because the blades won't understand if you unpower the rotor, they won't know to spin. They'll just stay still, but they will generate lift like an autogyro does. But the animation is wrong. But check this out. If I go downwards on my collective here, so watch this, ready? Got to get some speed here. So my throttle is bound to my collective control, and engine throttle is bound to a different key. And then we go up with the collective here. Check that out. Auto rotation. It just doesn't really model it exactly right. Gotta give the blade some power here. Pretty cool, huh? So this thing can auto-rotate down like a helicopter if we need it to. If you tilt the rotor's back about 5 degrees and set the blade pitch to -5. The rotor should auto-rotate like a real gyro. Real auto gyro. You don't need the engine torque to spin them. Yeah, that'll work too, Raid. Yeah, you're right. This was my first revision to a first attempt hip. I've been picturing this in my head for a little while now. And you know what's messed up? I don't know why this happens. My brain just works this way. We were talking so much about the 225. It made me really want to build this. I didn't want to build an Antonov 225 right now because I just didn't really want to. So we built this instead. Do you still plan on scaling this up? Yeah, even though this one is really good. We could do a couple more revisions to this chassis and make something amazing. This thing could almost circumnavigate if we did some revisions to the bearing system on it, J-Speed. Grandma says your sidebirds look like earmuffs. Don't they look awesome? Why say no when it feels so good to say yes? How's the vacation, V-dubs? Pretty much, Okie. This looks a little bit like the Kemov K22. Yeah, Raid, it's not really like any particular thing. Yeah, this is kind of... I looked. I mean, it bears passing resemblance to like a Mil-12. From the side, it looks like a C-130. I did make the fuselage kind of in about the same size as a C-130. Yeah, I've seen it, Tessa, yeah. But yeah, it's, this is my design, dude. I put this thing together. And I could tell you how to put it together in real life, too. Like I said, this Wings Wednesday, this build, I really wanted to, I wanted to design, I've been wanting to design this plane for a while. And I've been thinking about the design for a while, too. Oops. Yeah, we didn't need that anyway. Woke up in Monument Valley with 4 inches of snow, skipping Winslow, Arizona, and going back to Phoenix. Yeah, guys, so Maverick, what we can do is we can pull a SB1 or a Chinook. So like, here, watch this. Let me deploy this thing, right? Also, I just want to point out that I'm literally flying this backwards. Oop, I lost it. But, okay, even me holding that for like 5 to 10 seconds is still crazier than... Dude, that's more precision control than anything I've ever made. By a long shot. And here, if I give myself a little bit of forward thrust here, I should be able to get it to hover. Dial in a little more throttle. Better than Tuk Tuk? Way better than Tuk Tuk. Oh yeah, the Tuk Tuk is hard to control compared to this thing. Yeah, Dead Crew. She's a beast, dude. I have the designs in my head for how to make this thing in real life. It would, believe it or not, we'd use some off-the-shelf stuff. It would use Chinook parts. And yes, I've looked into this because I'm a loser. Yeah, you could use Chinook parts, dude. Or V-22 parts. V-22 parts would work as well. Or V-280 parts. Any one of those planes, if we could buy parts off the shelf, we could make this. Easy. The hardest part would be the engine. But that's generally the case for most aircraft. But yeah, she can hover. If the engines are giving me a little bit of forward thrust and the collectives are... If the engines are pushing like this way and the rotors are pushing that way, I can get the thing to just sit there like this. Cursed DJ? Or is it Cursed DJ or is it Evil EJ? Like, I should be able to just get the thing to hover right here. And once again, it's not SAS. I don't have any probe core torque on this, or if I did, now I don't. It's not the probe core torque that's getting it to do this, it's the control systems. Here, watch this. Ready? See? Should just hover there. We're actually gonna crash. Yep, I couldn't get out of that one. Oh, man. Yeah, we're actually gonna crash. Yeah, I turned it over too much. But the plane can sit there and just... That was actually the first time I've crashed it. Believe it or not. Crew survived, though, so we good. Damn. Now, we got to make some changes to it. There are some things that we need to fix. I hope KSP 2 has better cal features that let you use alt speed, etc. They were planning on doing it, J-Speed. I was talking to Maximal about this the other day. They were planning on doing it. Ran out of time. Serious. They were planning on having cal controllers having input, output, average, min, max. Like Logic and Stationeers. Yeah, that was a planned feature that just didn't get done in time. Which is a real shame. That's a real shame. What's up, PY? How you doing? At least I knew we were going to crash. I'm like, yeah, we're going to crash. We could have. I mean, you could do that with KRPC right now, so... Yeah, it can lift 70 tons, guys. Yeah. 70 tons, service ceiling's about 9,000 meters, so about 30,000 feet, give or take. A little bit below 30,000 feet, which is pretty damn good considering it's a helicopter. Yeah, this is... We did good with this thing. This is a good vehicle. There are some things, there are some tweaks that I need to make. Yeah, pretty much, Nighthound, yeah. Yeah, dude, she lifted 70 tons yesterday. We tested it. I lifted 72 tons. I lifted one of these tanks, the S4 128, and I put it on top of the VAB. Yeah. Hey, Spiritus, that beard suits you. Pretty cool. Thank you. Thanks, man. I still need to put a floor in this thing. It has no floor. Dude, it looks good, man. I like it. I like that I put these wings up here and made the wing box look like it's super braced, because, dude, this thing would have to be like straddle launcher strong to hold this thing together. These blades would have so much torque. Just like a V22. Only, yeah, these blades are bigger than a V22. Well, time to scale up. No, Tessa, I gotta figure out a way to eliminate the drag here. I think the nose cones are... If we got rid of all the nose cones, dude, it just leaves some nice holes in the wing, though. If we could do that and we revise the bearing system, this thing will work amazing. Would fairings in place of the nose cones work? I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just Tessa. We gotta get rid of the Probodobodine core, the Stay Putnik core. I just used that because it was a quick fix to make sure that this thing, make sure it could do, and it works really well. But we have those Fizzwar problems. Now, the real question is, if we could get a Kraken bearing in here, how the heck would we implement it? How would we get that done with same vessel collision? I was trying to think about how we could do it. It can't be that easy. There's no way it's that easy. Hold on, I got an idea. No, it can't be that simple. Those are gonna... I got an idea. Use a rotor as a bearing. Yep. Yep. It can't be that... It's that simple, isn't it? God damn it. It is that easy. Well, the conventional stuff will still drift a little bit, fellas. I don't know, Tessa. Freaking, because that's what was in my head. I don't know. But what did I say yesterday? I said yesterday, we got to redo the bearings, and I'll save that for tomorrow because I'm probably going to figure it the frick out tomorrow. I'll probably find a better way to do this. And yeah, it took less than an hour. Yeah. That's what I mean, dude. At the end of the day, I'm just... Alright. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of those for a second. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Now we need rotors. We don't need those ones. You know what? No. Give me the light duty rotor, screw it. He said duty. Alright, so if I take these rotors, I attach that to the wing box. And we move it to the center pivot right here. I need a couple of these things to hold this in place so it doesn't move around. It has to be able to combat the blade torque. So before I had one right here. Now, these aren't in symmetry, so I have to attach different parts to them, but that's okay. And then my second housing, the second housing was out here. Here, let me make sure it's lined up with that rotor. Alright, so this one, right? Okay, this one is attached to there. It's attached to the fuel tank. Or one of the fuel tanks, right? These side pods right here are tanks. And then I have wet wings on top of that, which give the plane insane range. So, Tessa, this shouldn't be too hard. What we can do... okay, we're in sim. Perfect. Alright, so what we should be able to do is this. Honestly, I'll just... 2 sets, dude, should be enough. I mean, probably 1. And you know what? Let's go with 1. Serious. So, 1 would be on the rotor, the spinning part of the rotor. The other part would be there. Now, let me just... I'm going to pretty this up a little bit. Tessa, I have a feeling this is going to drift. And I have a feeling it's going to drift bad. I'll just leave the bearing mechanism open. Now, on the back of the rotor, I want 2 struts anchoring it to each wing. And that should branch the hierarchy very well, actually. That should hold that in place. If you use servos instead of rotors, you can leave them enabled and use them to put in a little resistance. Yeah, but that'll make the yaw more sloppy, wouldn't it? And that went over in symmetry? Perfect. Okay, so now with this next rotor... I'm going to need a piece attached to that. I just need a piece with not a lot of drag, that's all. Upgrading the design. I'm redoing the bearings a little bit, Sun Temple, in an effect to get them to not drift as much. Hey, Flykin. What's up, buddy? Tessa, is there anything stopping me from using another rotor? Just attach a rotor to that. Oh, I got an idea. Alright, so take one of the rotor blades, right? And it won't let me do symmetry because those aren't in symmetry. And attach them to both sides, right? And then take that rotor. Now that rotor is attached to the main articulation servos. I'll attach this one in the reverse order. So this one right here is attached to the plane and then attached to the pivoting surface. This one is attached to the pivoting surface and will strut it to the plane. So reverse them. That should make it really, 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 really strong. See, Tessa, the reason why I wanted to go with Kraken bearings, because the reason why I wanted to do that is, words, because they don't drift. We really, dude, with the, I'm not sure that these rotors are going to be able to hold that in place. These things make insane amounts of torque. That's why I wanted a same vessel collision function to do it, because gliders are stronger than the robotic parts, but. We will soon find out. Yep, yeah, we will, won't we? In reality, we'd have a drive shaft right here. A drive shaft going through the rotating mechanism like a V22. This thing, if we were going to make this in real life, it would have a lot of part commonality with a V22 and a Chinook. More V22, but we would need some complicated drive mechanisms for this. Did you guys know that a V22, check this out. Just on a side note, this is an awesome feature that they built into the Osprey, and it does make it more complicated, but in this case, you know, complication is not needless. The V22 can run off one engine. Think about that for a second. Look at this picture and think about that. The V22 can run off one motor. You don't need two. Yeah, how is that possible? Cool. The V22 can run off one motor. Yeah, true story. Look at the diagram. These C-130 engines, and this is why we would use them. I would be using these if we were going to make the K92 in real life. Or, like, I say it like I could afford one of these things, right? Like, they have a drive shaft that goes out through the wing, through the wet wing, I might add. Think about that for a second. There's fuel in the wings. There's also a drive shaft. There's an interconnect shaft that goes to a gearbox right here. And the gearbox synchronizes the blades. One, so you don't get one blade moving out of sync with the other. The blades have to be moving perfectly synchronous or the V22 doesn't work. So they're synchronizing the RPM mechanically. Mechanical RPM synchronization here. And then if you look, the keen-eyed will notice that there's three inputs on this thing. One from the left engine, one from the right engine, or right and left on the screen, oriented to the craft. And then you have an auxiliary power unit input. There's an auxiliary power unit input drive shaft. Do you know where the APU is? The APU is down here. It's in these nacelles that are down beneath the wing. So that means there's a drive shaft that goes up and over the crew compartment into the interconnect shaft gearbox. V22s can run off one motor. You could have total engine failure on one, and one of these engines can drive both of the blades. Isn't that cool? Dude, that's some next level thinking right there. So in terms of complexity, are you saying the V22 is the plane equivalent of the space shuttle? V22s are probably one of the most complicated flying mechanisms around. I would say like maybe a Concorde or an SR-71 or an XB-70 is more complicated. Oh yeah, it also can fold up, by the way. Yeah, it can do that on top of everything that I just showed you. That thing is a work of art, man. It's unbelievable what it can do. Yeah, and okay, so the V22 also, it's electromechanical. It was because you need to. The problems that they had with the V22 in the early parts of the program Okay, so software guys. Any software guys here? Think about this for a second. You have to have one control system. So one joystick, right? One set of rudder pedals, and a throttle control, right? And a cyclic control. You need to combine a helicopter's control system in with an airplane's control system. And they need to be one thing. You can't have two sets of controls. Think about that for a second. Now, by today's standards, yeah, of course, you could basically use the rotor angle here as a datum to figure out, to change the control systems, right? There you go. That's the reason, that point right there when they would flip control systems, I'm pretty damn sure is the reason why a lot of V-22s had problems. Because you have one set of controls controlling the plane in helicopter mode and in plane mode. Now, I get it, you know, by today's standards, yeah, any software guys are like, yeah, you could probably do that. They were doing this 30 years ago. This is a 30-year-old design. V-22s are from the late 80s. According to that diagram, the APU is in the center of the wings. Yeah, nope. The diagram is very wrong. The APU is down here. You know how I know? Lunprod, look. Take a look. Exhaust port. The APU is in these nacelles. I know. There's a guy that watches the stream that's a V-22 AMP. Yeah. Yeah. He's a V-22 mechanic. He told me where the APU is, and it blew my freaking mind that it has an asymmetric APU. And there's a fuel tank in the other nacelle for balance, by the way. Late 80s hip. Yeah. V-22, think about that. One control system that can switch between helicopter and airplane mode. That's really, really cutting edge stuff. For the late 80s, early 90s, that's next level. Can the V-22 auto-rotate? Of course. Of course it can. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can auto-rotate it. Yeah, sure. You could have total engine failure and still land, and both props would still be synchronized. Yeah. Really, really cool stuff. I mean, that thing is magnificent. It is an amazing piece of equipment. Fly-by-wire probably makes that easy. Yeah, B-Sol, exactly. But you got to remember, fly-by-wire systems in the late 80s were that was like brand new for, well, not really brand new for planes, but it was a relatively new technology. But trying to adapt fly-by-wire to work with a helicopter and a plane all in one, on top of like mechanical synchronization, is just a work of art. That's why I love the V-22. Like, people can say, oh, it's not safe, it crashes and stuff. Yeah, of course. You know, when you're playing with a more complicated system, of course there's going to be problems. But once they got all the systems figured out, man, holy crap, that thing is cool. I've seen them fly. It's nuts. It's nuts what it can do. It's absolutely ridiculous. That thing is a blast to ride in with the bay doors open? Oh, I bet, dude. I mean, the other reason why I love the V-22 so much is because it's literally the closest thing we have to a Pelican. It's the closest thing. It is the closest thing we have to a freaking Pelican, man. Can all V-22 models fold? The MV-22 can fold. Dude, it's a Pelican. That's what it is. It does the same thing. It's a freaking Pelican, man. It even kind of looks like it. It resembles the Pelican fuselage. For now. Well, you know, we start implementing something like this. If we could do something like this. This is not too bad. But how I would do it if we were going to do this in real life is probably something similar to that XV5A. You would need to have a ducted bypass fan in the wing. Well, not really a ducted bypass fan, but you get the idea. The XV5 was a good idea, but you would need to have a variable pitch ducted fan, which is not easy to do. That's not an easy thing to do. Is that a Supra? Kind of. Hey, Xenon. Yeah, go live at noontime Eastern every day. Or, not every day, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I mean, dude, I love this crazy R&D stuff. I'm slowly turning into Burt Rutan. Oh God. Oh, that's a cool article. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Oh God. Oh God. Oh crap. I'm sure we could think of a few others. Oh, frick. Damn it. I don't want your damn lemons. The heck am I supposed to do with these? You should make a supersonic autogyro that can fly to 70,000 feet. Yeah, the V280, the V280 is like, the V280 is V22 Mark II. Believe it or not, it's a little less complicated. That's cool. I just want to point out that the engines are mounted. The engines aren't like this. They're mounted sideways. See where the intake is on those turboprops? Yeah, just want to point out that the engines are sideways on that thing. It was referring to things that never crashed. Shh. Shh. No tears now, Linux. Only dreams. Yeah. See, they put they didn't make the engines turn on the V280. They just made the propeller assembly turn, and it's just on a Well, you know what? I have no idea how they can get the drive shaft to go from being straight to being 90 degrees. I'm guessing a U-joint, and that's about it. And that really is the limit to my knowledge of how that system works. Look at that. See? Only the propellers move. The engines don't move. Which is frankly impressive. That is an impressive piece of equipment. Like, a really thick differential. I mean, Hellfish, I don't even want to know how beefy that U-joint is. But see, even the V280, it has to have a synchronizer in it. It has to. Anything you want to helicopter and have multiple rotors, except if it's a drone, you need to have RPM synchronization. A drone does that electronically by governing the electric motors. That looks like the engine to you. You think so, Doom? Yeah, if we wanted to do a quad tilt rotor like this, you would need two synchronizers. You would need the aft synchronizer and the forward synchronizer, and one engine would have to run all four rotors, or else it's not going to fly. They could govern it electronically in this easy though. Yeah, but see, Tessa, we're not just talking about like single fault redundancy. What if an engine fails when you're in flight? We're talking about what if the thing gets hit by a tank shell or a small arms fire. You know, having a mechanical redundancy to your electronic backup doesn't make much sense on like a Dragon capsule or something. But it makes a lot of sense on something that could potentially get shot at. I mean, am I wrong? Like, I would want the backup system. Yeah, that would, yeah, I would want that. Yeah. Does the V280 maintain altitude during transition, or does it kind of free fall a bit? I'm pretty sure it can maintain altitude, Sims, because it has variable pitch. The propeller blades can pitch. So, if it's like hovering, right? and then you start going forward, you increase the collective pitch on your blades. So you increase the pitch on them all at the same time, and the blades will move more air, and the thing will just, yeah, you can bridge the gap by changing the pitch on the blades.
Well, did they try using sweet glorious propane?
Yeah, Maverick, that thing was cool. Does the... Okay, alright. Yeah, Tessa, that'd be cool. I mean, V280s are cool. But yeah, let's jump back in. Looking at the controls, I think throttle and collective are separate. Well, they're separated on a helicopter as well, Beastol. You'd have to crank the blade RPM, which is on the collective, but I don't even know if the control systems work like that. Why are your rotors offset a third of a rotation from each other? I don't know. Just kind of happened by accident. I mean, they're gonna desync anyway, dude, but... Thanks, Adventure Sims. Back to your struts. Yeah. So, what I'm trying to say is that this thing would need parts from a V22, and we would need that single engine capability. Now, how mine would work, keep in mind, this is not Kerbal, this is how it would work in real life. These engines would have an output shaft, okay? So this looks like a standard bypass turbofan. So what is a bypass turbofan? What does that mean? There's a jet engine, and it has a ducted fan around it. So the jet engine isn't necessarily designed to create thrust. It's a jet engine with a hollow... The jet engine spins around a hollow shaft. And inside of that hollow shaft is another turbine at the very back of the jet engine. And that turbine spins this ducted fan at the front, hence turbofan, right? It's not just a jet engine. This is a jet engine that's turning a ducted fan. All commercial airliners use this thing. Literally, I can't think of one commercial airliner that still uses a turbojet. But anyway, how this would work in real life is I would have a bypass fan, and attached to the front would be a gearbox. There would need to be a gearbox right here, and that gearbox would need a clutch. Just like on a car, same idea. You need a clutch to be able to spin this, to engage this thing, or else it would just or else it basically would just be in neutral. It could just free float, right? And then you would need an output shaft coming 90 degrees out of the engine up to here, right? And then that would need to go to a synchronizer, which is right here, which would be right there in the design. And the synchronizer would have two input shafts from each engine into here, and then two output shafts going to each rotor. And then there would be a gearbox right here, like on a Chinook, right, going to the rotor blades. So that means one engine could drive both the rotors. And now, if you say, EJ, that's a little complicated, don't you think? It's nothing that hasn't been done from a Chinook before. Chinook has two jet engines that are that have a 90-degree output shaft to a synchronizer with two inputs coming from either side and two outputs going forward and back. It's no more complicated than a Chinook. Seriously, that's what I mean when I say I would use off-the-shelf components. That we could make this thing with spare Chinook parts and spare V22 parts. I'm like almost positive. Now, don't get me wrong. If anybody here is an aerospace engineer or you're an A&P, and I seem like I'm talking out of my butt, I kinda am, but also at the same time, I know that this is more complicated than, oh, I can just use parts from these different planes and put them together and make something that doesn't explode. No, I understand that it's more complicated than that. I get it. I very much get it. I've read about how that thing works. That is not easy to make that thing work correctly. In fact, if the Chinook's blades go out of sync, if they're not perfectly synchronized, the Chinook can rip itself in half. Yeah, rip itself in half. Like, right here. It'll come apart at the seams, like if you took a soda can and did this with it. Seriously, that's how much torque these blades have. So, like, I understand that this is no easy feat. Any aerospace engineering is not an easy feat, but the point is that this concept for how the plane would work is not that far off from how a Chinook or a V-22 works. It's pretty much the same ideas. But anyway, yeah, the Chinook and the V-22 all have systems like that. And then basically we would have a clutch. I would have a clutch that goes... The drive shaft that goes from the engine to the synchronizer would have a clutch there, and a clutch to the bypass fan. And then when you wanted to switch to plane mode, you disengage the rotor clutch, right? And then you engage the bypass fan clutch, and the thing would just fly like an airplane, and these things would just rotate. Spiritus, I was thinking recently about how one could make rocket engines more difficult in air and thought about a concept similar to bladeless fans. Imagine a ring of linear aerospikes that draw in the air through the middle. What do you think? Would that work? Sorry, a little off topic. Spiritus, you're on the right track. Already been done, though. The center engine on a Falcon 9 actually gets more efficient at high altitude because all the engines are accelerating the air around it. And that it gives you an aerospike effect over the center engine. Serious. That's why the exhaust plume looks like it does when the Falcon 9 is going up into space. It kind of bows out like crazy and then comes back in and goes straight. Yeah. What you're talking about happens on Falcon 9. Every launch, dude. That was smart. That was smart of you to think about that because you're on the right track. Seriously, the center engine gets more efficient. It has better specific impulse because the air around it is already being accelerated like crazy. The center engine actually gets more efficient as you get higher up because these are acting like a gigantic nozzle for it. True story. Pretty neat, huh? Ron Howard, he was talking out of his butt. I mean, a little bit, Aces. I know that this stuff is more complicated, and I realize that I'm not like some breakthrough genius engineer. This isn't anything new. This isn't anything new, and I'm pretty sure this plane is no more or less capable than what a V-22 would do in real life. This is just a simplified system, and it's using auto rotation. And I know. And now I know what people are saying about like, yeah, but a clutch drive shaft on a flying vehicle, so you can disengage stuff. I don't know if that's a good idea. The SB1 does that. The SB1 has clutches going to the fans. This is where I got the idea from. So the SB1, when it's in helicopter mode, power is going to the twin contra rotating rotors right there. And when they turn this sucker on, and they want the thing to go fast, they disengage the drive from here and engage the drive there. And then the thing flies like an airplane because these are auto-gyroing, those rotors. They're just blowing in the wind, basically. And then blowing in the wind, because the thing is going forward, is generating insane amounts of lift. Did I tell you that I'm an NFL team owner now? So you bought stock in the pack, huh? Interesting. Yeah, so the SB1 already does that. Clutch drive. You can disengage or engage this drive with some kind of clutch mechanism. I don't know what it is. But like I said, this is... Nothing here is new. This is just combining concepts from the SB1, the V-22, the Chinook, and the V-280, and making it into a dropship, basically. Alright, anyway, Tessa, I think we got all of the rotors into position, I think. Let me just... I hate that we... I don't like the struts that aren't... The Defiant's amazing. Yeah, Buck, that was the idea. I got the idea from the Defiant of a clutch drive system. I was like, I had like an epiphany a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, wait, you can do that? Not a couple of weeks ago. It was a little while ago. All right. Okay, Tessa, let's see if she works. The only big issue that plagues the V22 is that the gearboxes have to be rebuilt after 40 flight hours due to the amount of torque they endure. Yeah, that's synchronizer. That's synchronizer, man. Because, yeah, Jared, every time, if the V22, like, wants to turn, right? Or if it's flying, like, if it wants to yaw when it's in helicopter mode, or if it wants to turn when it's in plane mode, one of those things is, by definition, one of the blades is getting more air than the other one. And you're putting insane strain on the gearboxes because the blades need to be synchronized. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this thing wouldn't be a maintenance nightmare. But I can tend to say that this would probably be not as bad as a V22. Maintenance on this thing would probably be more in line with a Chinook, which those need to be maintained because those gearboxes are under a lot of stress as well. But yeah, anesthesist, you got to pay for it. You pay for that capability. You know, the maintenance is expensive, and I understand that. But also, the V22 can do stuff that nothing else can. Oh. It did that. We have a weird fuel feed problem. So what exactly are you doing to this thing? I'm upgrading the rotor design. Or not the rotor design. I'm upgrading the pivoting bearing design, Lycan, so the thing can... Hang on one second, man. Okay, I'm noticing some problems here. Oh, yeah. Hang on one second. 5, 10, 15, 20. Five, 10, 15. Yeah, okay. The wings weren't at the right angles. Huh. Wow, we were running with a weird leading edge there. Huh, okay. Yeah, Flagon, what I'm basically doing is just upgrading some small things based off of what I saw yesterday. Like, I'm patching the plane's design, basically. That would be the software equivalent. Yeah, my wings weren't symmetrical. Huh. Yeah, well, that's probably not a good thing. Might be why there was a slight roll. I don't know if they weren't symmetrical left-right. Smirks, front-back symmetrical. So like my leading edge was a different angle than my sweep angle on my leading edge was a different sweep angle than the trailing edge. Yeah, wrong axis. But yeah, it may have. I'm pretty sure the bearing design was what was screwing me with that, because if one bearing has a little bit more play than the other one, right, it's going to cause you to roll out of control. Did you upgrade the jet engines too? No, I've been using the Goliath fans. Does this thing actually use autogyro in KSP? Autogyro exists in KSP Flykin, but it doesn't animate it. It doesn't animate the autogyroing. So if I shut these off and we were just on jet power, the rotors would stop. But they would still be generating lift like they were spinning. I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen in real life. But once again, that's a fluid dynamic thing that's going on there. It uses the wings for some lift, dude. Oh yeah, a little bit. Not a lot, though. Yeah. I just don't like this being all exposed. But then again, we'll fly it with the guts hanging out for now. Let's see if the rotor bearing design works. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like a V22. So okay, so V22, I'll get back to it real quick. The V22 has wings, but there's no way that tiny boy little wing is what's going to be providing lift, especially right now. When it's hovering, that thing isn't doing anything. See what I mean? That's what these big honkin' propeller blades are. Dude, those are huge. Those are propeller blades that are the size of a small helicopter's blades. Those things are 20, 30 feet long. They're big. So the wing is only there for basically when the plane's flying straight for the V22. Now for me, I changed this. It's kind of like a V22, but the design is a little bit different. My engines are right here on my design. See where the 12 is? They're riding right here on the fuselage. And the engine has a drive shaft like on a car that goes out to the rotor blade. And the rotor blades can only do this. If you're looking at it from the side, they can only do that. They don't turn. You know what I mean? I only have them able to move like this just so the thing can roll. It does exactly what a V22 does. Or not roll, yaw. It does what a V22 does when it's hovering. To get yaw control, they turn each engine like that. Hang on 1 second. Lighting is a little messed up. So mine simplifies it because I'm running a fixed engine design. I don't need a hydraulic system to turn these things. Could a fairing be made small enough to kind of look like drive shafts are going through there? I was thinking about doing that, Shy. And if I had the base of the fairing inside of the main fuselage, it might occlude it. We tested that with the K90. Remember that? And then we could just have the fairing going out there. But yeah, these are kind of representative of the drive shaft right now. So the drive shaft would be going out here, but there would be a pivot point right here. All right, let's see if she works. The Army has V-22s. That's the difference between a V-22 and an MV-22. If it flies. No good, Tessa. That's why I insisted on a Kraken bearing yesterday. There was a good reason for it. They drift too much. What's the progress from yesterday? Cam, I'm working on simplifying the bearing mechanism here to get the things to because if we can do that, if I can simplify it, we can eliminate a lot of drag, dude. No, Mikey, no, that is so not right. Have to make a solid bearing. Not necessarily, Tessa, not necessarily. Dude, I got a stupid idea. No, there's no way that'll work. Egg cup fairing and stay put, Nick. Tessa, I got a dumb one, if you don't mind. Remember the thermo bearings? I think I have a sub-assembly of it in here. So, all right. Let me just build off the top here, okay? I gotta show you guys something. All right. So that's a thermo bearing. That's how we made hinges. So these bearings basically collide with an RCS ball. An RCS ball has a perfectly spherical collider, so you could make a bearing, right? Tessa, I got a stupid idea. My stupid idea is this. So what's stopping us from taking these, the thermometers, putting them on here in a 6x symmetry, right? On the captive part, right? And doing this to hold that in place. What's stopping us from doing that? I'm actually asking. What's stopping us from doing that? Is the rotor's collider circular enough? I'm not sure, Buck. Because I can activate same vessel collision on a physics-less part if it's attached to a robotic part. The fact that the collider on the rotating side of the rotor has lots of flat sides and it's not spherical. Okay, I thought that might be the answer. Okay, hear me out. Mark II. Watch this. Get another thermo bearing, right? Get another one. And we attach the RCS ball to the captive part, right? Still with me? Now go back in here. Get an RCS port. Right? Still with me? Now get the thermometers, right? Put them in 6x symmetry. Move them over here and duplicate the position. Now, get rid of that. Hit the wrong button because you fat-fingered the keyboard like an idiot. But you see where I was going with that? The bearing, we can convert rotors into Kraken bearings. Oh. Yeah, Tessa, it'll work. It'll work. It'll work. Holy crap, dude, that's huge. That is a huge... Dude. I'm so happy I started playing Kerbal again. I love this game. This game makes me so freaking happy. Now, Control-Z breaks stuff, Spiritus. Happening level. It's... Tessa, that should work. Let's test it. Give me the thermal bearing again. Heck, we might be able to just get away with that. If I just put these out here and I offset it enough. I'm not sure if all physicalist parts attached to a robotic will work. I'm just going to test it. We're just going to put that out there right now. Any reason you're not using 8x symmetry on the bearing so there's no gaps? 6x is enough, Raid, from what I could tell. We used 6x in the past to save part count. 8x could work, but remember, if we're using same vessel collision, the thermometers could clip into each other. So I think 6 is just fine. How wrong is that? Very. Okay, it doesn't work twofold. But same... Oh, man. Tessa, it'll work. It'll work. It'll work. Yeah, we got this. It's too easy. Too easy. Yeah. Alright, so... It's too easy. Half of everything is luck, James. And the other half? Fate. Dude, how crazy is it that thermo bearings have come full circle? Right, I forgot the SVI. I mostly use these before robotics for separate crafts. Yeah, Raid. Yeah. Yeah, me too, man. That's why I'm with... yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. Okay, so up here, down here we'll have the Kraken rotor, and up here we'll have a control group. They're the Kraken bearings. So let me just put one of the... Let me put just a fuel tank on there, right? And then I'll just put something on this so we can see it spinning. We'll get something on there to clock it. I just wanted something heavy. This is gonna process like crazy. So, you know what? Let's just temporary. I built a test stand on the front of the stupid plane because we could. Right? That's all exactly the same. Okay. I'll just move them close in. Alright, let's do a quick test. Oh yeah, S, it's terrible. S, it's nothing I haven't noticed for years, dude. They don't report space right at all. Like, it's alarming how bad it is. That's why I make it a thing to call out bullcrap with spaceflight reporting whenever I can, dude. I'm doing this for years. I see right through it. It's pathetic, actually. Let's just go right for it. Ready? didn't see any noticeable difference there. Tank's too light. Yeah, we gotta get it to bend, huh? Yeah, drummer, it's fine. As long as we're not talking about any specific thing. But it's bad, huh? Dude, people have been, like... Yes, people have been doing this for freaking years. They do it, and they particularly do it with NASA a lot, which really pisses me off. Now that you've really pissed me off, Spider-Man. Yeah, it's bad, dude. They do it all the time with NASA, and they cite costs wrong. Dude, yeah, it's horrible. It's absolutely terrible. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I want SpaceX to do well just as much as the next guy, right? Like, but damn, dude. All right, Tessa, that should... Let me just make sure that these are exactly the same. Yeah, I don't know, brother. I know space, dude. I don't know about anything else. So I stick to space. And that's the first thing that I said on February 24th. I'm like, be careful. Be careful. Slow your roll because they're gonna do stuff that... Yep. They still drifted bad. Yeah, more or less, S. It's a little more complicated than that. It's not the rotors that need stabilization. It's the pivoting mechanism to get it so I can yaw. Remember I told you that V-22 control systems are a little bit harder to do than you might think? Well, these things have to be able to do this in order to get it to yaw when it's in helicopter mode. They don't need to fully pivot like a V-22 because that's not what this thing is designed to do. What about something similar to how you against your tight tolerance fairing? That will work. Yeah, that'll work. That takes some time to engineer. I figured before we try that, this might work, but it seems like Swap the thermos to something that can have part interaction before launch. Nah, Tessa, here's what we'll do. We'll just do that. I want to see what happens if we put another bearing out here. I want to see if that changes things. Because it seems like with the thermo bearing that they're... It's not... the thermometers don't really move because they're physicsless. It seems like they have a lot of play. Naples sand vessel. I'm just going to put a strut there to stabilize it. Of course, Leop. I can disconnect struts, man. Remember? We can disconnect them now. It's just there to hold it in place, dude. They don't stay still. The thermometers move. They move all over the place. Attach them to the I-beam. It seems like when you attach a physicsless part to a robotic that you can also auto-strut it. But yeah, we'll try attaching the lead bearing, or the bearings out front, to the I-beam, and we'll see what it does. Mint. Nice, I know. Nice, man. But see, now, because these aren't attached to a robotic, no, that won't work. I can't toggle same vessel collision on them. Or at least I don't think I can. What the frick? Please hold. This is kind of an audio question. Can you put another rotor on the other side of the tilt mechanism, so you have an axle running in between them? I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Yeah, no option for auto struts. That one does, though. Yeah, motors on both sides. No, I know. As this is a... Yeah, no, I could put another one and it'd probably stabilize it, but I'm really confused. Why is that working? Hey, Savvy, what's up, dude? I got a crazy idea. You could use this to build pod racers? Pod racers? I mean, yeah, Maverick. Yeah, you could. Why did that work? Why did the bearing hold? Hold on. Give me 1 second, chat. The RCS bearing was attached to the rotor. It wasn't attached to the bottle, or the tank, right? Saying bottle like it's a COPV or something. But I already have it set to an action group where it'll have same vessel collision on. Now, because I attached it to this, because we attached it to the tank, it shouldn't hold. That should just drift out of control. And then up here I have my control group. Yeah, you like that? You like that crop? It's pretty dope, huh? Because if I can make a better bearing, we can eliminate a lot of drag on the wings in this plane design, and it'll fly faster and further. Not much, man. How you doing? I'm good, Savvy. I'm just trying to figure out some logic here with KSP. What in the absolute hell? They're still colliding, even though it says we can't toggle collision. And I'll admit, the action group, I had these things bound to an action group when I attached them to the robotic, right? I had them bound to an action group when I attached the robotic, and then unattached them and attached them to something else, and they're still colliding. And now, if I spin this thing... What the frick? How does that even work? The thermo bearings are working. Yeah, no, this is what I want, but it doesn't make sense with KSP logic. These shouldn't be colliding with each other. But they are. Because I toggled them to an action group first. Can you untoggle it? No. I don't even have an option to. I just set it to enable. It can't be, but it is. That doesn't make any... Oh my goodness. That's working. I don't understand what's happening, but I'm invested. Okay. For the people that don't understand why I'm trying to get that thing to be nice and stable, right? Okay, so this is what happens if you just attached a tank to a rotor and you tried to spin it. Let me undo the brakes. Watch the top one. You get that crazy precession because this thing bends. See what I'm talking about? See that?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That ain't happening with this one. See the difference? It's pretty big difference, am I right? Hey, Reshok. The reason why I'm looking to stabilize the rotor and use these RCS bearings and thermometers as a way to hold it all together is because, well, watch. When we go to start up the helicopter, watch what happens when I try to pitch up. See what I'm talking about? See that right there? If I can take that and apply that over here, that won't happen. I just got to figure out what we did here to make it work correctly. That's what I'm working on. I'm working on to try to get a way to stabilize the rotor so it doesn't bend. And if we do... okay, like... Every once in a while, we have these breakthroughs in logic with KSP, like on how to do things and how to change the way we do things. And well, that one is actually pretty huge. Guys, this is ridiculous potential. You know why? Okay, so think about it like this. You really want to think about why this is crazy. I can use this to make Condor 9 legs, for instance, that don't separate. Condor 9 legs that don't become a separate vehicle. And then we don't need to worry about them popping out, for instance, because I can use thermo bearings in the design with a rotor. See what I'm talking about? I could make deployable landing legs for a rocket, and I wouldn't have to worry about undocking them and docking them back together, etc., etc. Reckon this will be fixed in KSP so it's more straightforward. No, I don't want this to be fixed, Sile. I'm freaking making bearings out of the parts provided, dude. I'd rather it be more open-ended and a little bit on the buggy side so you can come up with your own stuff. Yeah, Duffney, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Dude, we found a way to make thermo bearings. To take thermo bearings and make them one vehicle. That is insanely huge. That is... Dude, oh my goodness. I'm having an information overload. That is so cool. Oh, and this is why I love doing Wings Wednesdays. You know, anytime we try to build something nuts in Wings during Wings Wednesday, we always learn something new. So, alright, fellas, I'm going to see if I can duplicate this. I want to figure out what I did. And I think I understand. I think I know what I did. So let me just get rid of this, okay? I'm going to make this from scratch again, okay? Like a Kraken Tech parts pack kind of thing in the vanilla game. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Alright. Start with the rotor. It's just a regular rotor. All the settings are exactly the same. Set the brake to 0. Okay. So I have an idea here. I bound all these to an action group for same vessel collision. Okay? What I'm going to do with this rotor, I'm going to duplicate this design exactly. But I'm not going to bind the action group because I think the action group is what fixed it. So, how did we start off with this thing? I attached a RCS ball to the spinning part of the rotor mechanism, right? And then I used a thermo bearing as a guide. I don't need a subassembly one. I have one over here. Tested in a new craft file from scratch. Okay, I'll even delete that one. I have a dedicated testing file. You could also do non-docking port joints by having a latch that you have an action group set to toggle same vessel collision. Bingo. Signer, I don't... You know, and a couple other people know. I don't think people realize how big what we just did was. That's huge. That is a very, 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 very big deal. Alright, I'm just going to use a fairing separator test. Whatever I was doing in this craft file is whatever. I don't want to make a new craft file. Repurposed for thermo bearing Mark II design testing. Alright. Let me just start with one of these. Guys, you don't understand. Cranes, tracked vehicles. Dude, I can make bearings. We can make bearings. Tracked vehicles, whatever. Cranes, doesn't matter. Yeah, that's... Those thermo bearings we could use as a coupler. We could use it as a coupler, so... Think about this for a second. I could use them as a coupler, and we could build crawler cranes if we really wanted to, like this. Because these have bearings that hold the different pieces together, and we could... There's the hydraulic lines hooked up. See, look at how they attach the crane segments together. Watch. Smart crane. See, they bolt it together, and then they join it up, and then they bolt it together again. Dude, that's... Yeah. Alright. Let's make a test stand. But yeah, S, I think I understand what you were saying if S-Master's still here. I think I understand what you're saying. Just put another one on the other side. Well, I had to make sure that everything was colliding correctly before we did that. So, let me make the same test stand, right? Actually, you know what? We'll just attach this to the back. Not another bearing, I meant another rotor. Yeah. But even then, those rotors will still bend, right? They'll still bend. We can eliminate the bending, the drift in the rotor. That's kind of a big deal. People know me. I have many leather-bound books. Alright, so I'm going to have a test group and a control group. Okay, so the test group is going to be up here, and the control will be down here. So, give me a rotor. We were using these rotors right here. Both of these rotors will be non-node attached. Okay? That's the one we were using, right? I think so. They're just both radial attached. I just got to make sure that the control and the test group are made exactly the same. Okay. Now let me get a sub-assembly for the thermo bearing out. So these thermo bearings were how we made hinges. Fellas, for the people that don't know, they were how we made hinges before they put robotics in the game. I would use this, and I would use another RCS ball in this housing right here. And one RCS ball would be attached to a part of the vehicle that undocks, and then that cup housing would be attached to the vehicle that it undocked from. Two separate vehicles collide with each other. And when they collide with each other, it makes a hinge. And the hinge works. It works great. But see, the breakthrough here is that you needed two separate vehicles to make this work. You don't need two separate vehicles anymore because we have same vessel interaction. See what I'm talking about? Alright, so my control group will be that same part up here. And just to eliminate any doubt, So first of all, I'm gonna put it like basically in the center between the two posts. We could always attach another one over here soon, right? And then we need 8x symmetry, right? With cubic octags that are basically over the checkerboard. Just like that. Now, to make sure that it's the exact same thing, not a copied part, I'm going to do the same thing down here, right? And then I'm going to take a cubic octag. I'm not even going to copy that one. I'm just going to take another one out of our inventory here. And then absolute snap them right into position in the center of the checkerboard. I'm just going to move these up, move that up here, make sure that it's the exact same piece. Done. Okay, so I have the same things now. So this one is not going to be attached to anything. It's just going to be sitting. That's the control group. We're also going to need a probe core, just up on the front. And then just a lot of battery power for spinning these things. Correct. Yeah, S-Master. You will need to test how much weight you could put on one of these joints. I'm thinking this might finally make my Buren Energia erector work. Yeah, Savvy. That's why I'm having these things hanging off the side. I just want to see what it does. So, okay. In the first test group, I had an RCS bearing attached here. Okay? Or an RCS ball attached here. Actually, that's the control group. That's with no bearing. So down here, actually no, I want the test group to be up here. I want this one to be the control because that one, the control group, is attached to the root part, and because it's attached to the root part, it might bind up a little bit less. So if anything, this is favoring the control group on the bottom. Putting this up here because this is attached to a part that's attached to the root part, so it's 2 steps down the hierarchy as opposed to 1 step. Should be able to change this. Hey, Andy, thanks for the raid again, man. That's 2 days in a row. You're too nice to me, dude. All right, so we move this part down here like that, right? And then I had another one that was attached. I attached it to the tank, right? You guys know my buddy Andy, the Gamers Circle. Good friend of mine. And then I use this as a marker to be able to get the position of the thermo bearing, right? And then I attached one set of these here. And then I moved them into position. And then I made sure that they were straight, because for whatever reason, a radial attachment point there doesn't really work. Okay. So then I moved them into position like that. Okay. That's the thermo bearing. We don't need that anymore. I'm going to put that back up here. Okay. So now we went with a second batch of these things, right? I'm trying to replicate exactly what I did. So I'm pretty damn sure that this is not going to work. I'll get back to the auto-gyroing plane in a moment, fellas. If this breakthrough works, the auto-gyro will work way better. Okay, so there we go. All right, that's what we did, right? And then I had a strut on both of these to hold them into position until we were ready to spin it. Now, just to make sure that this doesn't cause any problems, I'm going to put the struts in symmetry, okay? Just so it doesn't, I mean, it's going to off-balance the mechanism, but it's all right. Actually, you know what? That's probably favorable for the test, because we want, the whole purpose of this is trying to see if it's off-balance. And make sure I attach the strut in the exact same way on both of these things. Then I did absolute right there, and we did absolute right there. They're exactly symmetrical, right? Hey, Nazalik. Might even be able to do clutches, or at least synchronizers. Yeah. The elf needs food. All right, Andy. Okay, so let's put this out here and let's see what it does. Yeah, Oradon, I did that, but I did that after. So I'm trying to replicate exactly what I did. And try to see what was the point where we got it working and what was the point where it didn't. I'm just trying to replicate my work, that's all. Because if I just tried to build it to work right off the bat and it doesn't work, then that means I did something in the other save. Or maybe it was the other save's file messing with it. I want to make sure that it's the workflow that we did, right? Nice, Thomas. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of applications here if I can get it to work. All right, so set that to same vessel collision, right? Like, I want to see what did it. This is SVI, and then set... The ball doesn't have SVI on it, though, which is weird. This one should, because it's attached to a robotic, and then that one should. Okay, so that has same vessel collision on everything, right? So let's disconnect it. And then let's disconnect that one. Why is that working? Why is that RCS ball colliding? It shouldn't have same vessel collision on it. See, I didn't even attach these things. I didn't even attach those thermometers to the I-beam. That's attached to the rotor. And see, guys, we could even get away with grandparents strutting these things. Interesting. Why does that RCS ball collide? The logic says that it shouldn't. Last for space. Some more levels being pulled back. What a... Oh. Ah, Novus, it's beautiful. Yeah, Daphne, I'm with you on that one. Oh. It looks awesome, dude. It's so much work. That's so much work coming together. Oh my goodness. It's wild, dude. I can't believe that. It has, dude. Oh, man. Dude, Notice, I know a fraction about how much testing you need to do to get it even to this point. And even the fraction of testing stuff that I know, like that you need to do, there's so much stuff that's unfounded on me. Even the fraction of knowledge that I know about what makes this thing so complicated is still blowing my mind. It's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous. It's just... I retweeted what Thomas said, dude. I retweeted Thomas's like, oh my god, that thing is so cool. It's so awesome, dude. You know, like it, dude. You know where I stand. It ain't the best. It needs a better upper state. I don't care. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, it's so freaking cool, dude. It's so freaking cool. If I recall correctly, radial parts such as thermometers inherit collision properties of its parent part. By the way, good to see you playing KSP again. Thanks, Thany. Now, alright. I think you're right. I think you're right, Thany. Now, let me take this, right? Same idea. Yeah, Thany, I think you nailed it. I think you're right. So, let me get rid of this, right? And then on this side, we have that same thermometer, same bearing, same thermometer, same everything. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna move it this way. But Thany, does that really explain why it's... Does that really explain why it's doing that, though? Yeah, like we've seen that, dude. That's funny. So, if that's the case, I would need something attached to this rotor right here. We would need struts attached to this rotor like that, right? Now this thing shouldn't move. It should just be perfectly... Mayor, what's this project about? We may have found a way to use thermo bearings with everything being one vehicle. I'm testing it right now. The thermo bearings. The bearing that was like... The Kraken Tech that had like notoriously high reliability, like more than it probably should have. We're honing in on a way to get that to work without having to separate two vehicles. You know what? I'm going to shut off same vessel interaction. I just want to see something here. Okay, so she started to freak out. Oh, I did have SVI enabled on those. Turn on same vessel interaction there. Turn it on there. And turn it on there. Yeah, or done pretty much. If you use structural fuselage as another part that fits closely inside of it, might work better than 6 thermometers. The inside of that, I don't, well, no, maybe, Steinard. Yeah, maybe. But see, the thing about that is that these things are tiny. I would prefer to keep working with this idea. All right. I'm gonna try what we did before that. 6x symmetry attached to the part behind the robotic, right? I'm honing in on the bearing design for the vehicle so I can get the rotors to not freak out during fizz warp, guys. If anybody watched the Wings Wednesday from yesterday, we were trying to figure out a way to get these things to not freak out, get the plane to not freak out during fizz warp. I'm trying to fix that right now. Okay, so those, now because they're attached to the I-beam, those do not have auto strut capability, and they don't have same vessel collision either. And now I'm going to keep these ones attached to the rotor on this side. I'm going to keep those ones attached to the rotor so we can compare and contrast. Yeah, Sinard, the other thing is I could just model them. I could just model these parts. Okay. Okay. Get rid of the back rotor housing for a second here. get rid of the back one. All right. Now those ones are attached to the beam, right? They are. Okay. What I'm gonna do, here's where I think this changes things. Get rid of that, right? And then go back to the control group design, which is this. Okay. So this is the more or less the configuration that we had when we switched to this the testing vehicle. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into custom 1 just like I had before. Set to enable same vessel interaction here, and those are in 6x symmetry, so set the same thing there. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is literally the same thing. I'm going to take that copied piece, right? That copied RCS bearing, right? And because I copied it, it should inherit the same, it assigned the same action group, right? So now, even though that's attached to this, I still have the action group toggled for SVI. Same vessel interaction, meaning 2 parts collide with each other, right? So I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm gonna get rid of this one. I'm gonna put this back into position. And then I'm gonna do the same thing with the thermometers. I know that those are bound to, you can bind stuff to action groups, like same vessel collision, when it's attached to a robotic. It gives you the flag for it. What happens if we assign the flag and then we attach that part with the copied action group over? I think that's what did it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and I'm going to put it in 6x symmetry again, right? Just like that. Go into the action group, and now it still has it bound, right? So now we're going to take these thermometers and we're going to attach them again. Idea, hear me out. Attach the thermometers in a ring to the... Suggest that after this test, please. I don't want to lose this train of thought. Flecken, give me 1 second, okay? Okay. Now these all, they have the keys bound to them. All right, so let's go here, start it up and see what happens. You were talking about reversing the bearing design. That shouldn't make a difference, Flecken. Yeah, that shouldn't make a difference, dude. Yeah. Yeah, Pop, sorry. I'm kind of like neck deep in this test, so. All right, so let's hit the action group. We know that it worked, but we don't have the flags here on these windows. So now, if we disconnect this shouldn't move. It should just kind of stay still. Pretty sure that that's what did it, guys. Attach it to the robotic parts, bind the action group, and then attach it to whatever you want, and it seems to be carrying over. And to prove that that works, I'm going to start over again, do the same exact test, and I'll manually toggle same vessel collision. Instead of using the action group, I'll toggle SVI on these, and we'll see what it does. This is well, not a control. It's basically to prove or disprove that it works. More disprove than anything. We confirmed it. We confirmed a finding that happens. Now we got to make sure it's because of what we did. It's basically making it so the rotors and the servos don't bend around. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so with this test, I'm going to enable SVI here and enable same vessel interaction on those bearings. And then disconnecting it, this thing should sag like crazy. Yep. And it should freak out. Well, I would say that's pretty damn successfully proven. Yeah, as long as you attach the physics-less parts to a robotic first and add the flag to enable same vessel collision, and then you attach them to something else, it seems like it doesn't take the SVC flag away. And then you bind it on the action group and it works. So, by that logic, fellas, I should be able to take another one of these bearings, put it over here, right? Put it right in the center, just like that. And then by that logic, I should be able to take RCS, or the thermometers, put it in 6x symmetry, right? Let me just make sure I got my spacing right. And these ones that I'm working on here are attached to the I-beam. Or the girder segment. They're attached to the girder. Now I have bearings on both sides. So this thing shouldn't move. Alright. Does that persist through a save and a reload? I don't think so. Untested, Smirks. I haven't gotten that far yet. Why would I be? I mean, Smirks, maybe, but I wouldn't be I wouldn't be testing that right now if I'm proving that it works, right? Like, it might change it over instances. I think Duffney is right. So now, what I'm going to do, boop, disconnect it. Oh, no, no, no. It's all good, Smirks. It's all good. I don't know, S. I don't know what would happen. All I know is that thing's spinning at max game RPM and it's not moving at all. So, like, this is without any of the bearings. Watch the difference. Yeah, that's a little bit of a difference, don't you think? I was just thinking it's a good test before you get much more involved. Well, yeah, no. Yeah, John, it's a good test before you get involved, but I haven't restarted the game yet. I mean, I'm not going to restart the game. Like, if I don't prove that my workflow works, why would I test if the workflow works for when we're starting the game? I haven't gotten that far, so I'm trying to tell you, homie. You can't fire a torpedo out of a torpedo tube if you miss the step of loading the torpedo into the torpedo tube. It's not going to go very far, is it? Because it's not in the tube. That one doesn't look like it's working. Okay. Bluetooth torpedoes. I agree, Duffney, yeah. If it can survive a scene reload, it should be able to survive restarting the game. That's, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's called the water slug, and we fire them frequently. Okay, you missed the point. You missed the point pretty much entirely, but that's okay. All right. So now what I want to do, I want to see what happens when we take these parts away. That's my next test. Get rid of this, get rid of that. I want to see what happens with just these. Just these bearings, got them. Remember the solar panel activated strong back dowels. Yeah, S, you see the application here, right? This could be huge. Yeah. Have you seen the new game Instruments of Destruction? I think you'll have a lot of fun with it. I haven't, whoever, no. Alright, so hit action group 1. I agree, S-Master. Yeah, we could make something like a strong back for infinitely less parts and it would not drift at all. Could have really used this technology when I was making the SSTO pads. Yeah, because that doesn't drift. It won't drift. Yeah, that won't drift. Yeah, well, Flykin, the next thing I'm going to do is get rid of that front one. I'm just interested. I'm interested to see what's making it do this, because that back thermal bearing doesn't seem to be doing anything. Seem to be. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of it. And now, all I should have is, in action group 1, is one set of linear RCS and one set of the thermometers, and that's it. Oh great, we get to watch you blow up pads for 6 months. You're the one suggesting the idea, you dingbat. You're the one suggesting it. I don't want to do that. I want to make my stupid helicopter plane thing work, okay? Do we actually need the strut? That's the next thing to go, Ren. Wisp is like, I support blowing up pads for months. It was doing something. How? How though? I don't understand. And why was it sagging a little bit? I didn't hit the key? Alright, now I'm dead. No, you didn't? Are you sure? We'll try it again. We'll try it again just to be sure. We did launch a pad into space the other day. The catch tower. We launched the catch tower into space. Just thought I'd let you know. Okay, I'm restarting the test. This is my broomstick. That's right. We could, Beasel. Yeah, we could do that. Alright, so. Action group 1. Pressed. Daphne, dude, that's huge. That is huge what we just did right there. For 7 parts. For 7 parts, you can get that. For 7 parts more, you get that or this. If you don't add those 7 parts, look at the difference. Unfrickin' believable. AG binding is what does it, dude. That's nuts. I can't believe that. And then you know what we could do? I could do the reverse on this side. If we did another rotor on the other side and duplicated this almost exactly, because it doesn't seem like it matters if these are on the back part of the plate or if they're on the part behind. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, 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 oh my goodness. Can you swap the RCS ball with a strut? They have the same collider. You might be able to make this bearing even stronger. What would we strut to, Raid? Do you still get that wobble if you widget the part to the same exact center of mass as the rotor? That's how we eliminated rotor wobble a long time ago when they first added rotors to the game. If the center of mass on the rotating mechanism is on the attachment point, it's not going to move. But this is purposefully way offset, Ren, because if you have way offset center of mass, it's going to create angular momentum like that. Tank to the rotor. I'm in. Let's try it. Raid, I'm going to tank to the rotor on the back side. Fair? Do you think that would be a good control? I'm actually asking. Because, Raid, I know you know what you're doing. Freaking Dream Team is back, dude. What kind of wizardry is this? Penta, a long time ago, we figured out ways to make hinges in the game before they added robotics. And they were super reliable and super smooth. I need those hinges because, remember, we had that problem with the helicopter blades when you fizz warp the other day, and I was like, oh, I got to work on the bearing. I'm working on the bearing today. So let me go robotics. We're using 32 standard rotor. All right, put that there. Feels like the good old days. Yeah, Duff, hell yeah. I want to get back to it. I'm ready. I'm ready to play KSP again. I mean, if this didn't give it away. Dude, a break did me good. I was worried, like, you know, like, what if I don't want to play it anymore? No. Oh, that came back. Yeah, no, I want to play it as much as I ever have right now. It's freaking sweet, dude. This is awesome. Like, oh, the brain's firing on all cylinders, Duff. Like, back in the day, I'm like, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this, I could ding, 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 ding. Yeah, no, I'm good, dudes. Alright, so. Raid, we need the strut, right? So, I'm going to run the strut from the rotor cap to there, right? And then we add to the action group. Enable same vessel collision, right? Now it's enabled, right? And then I'm going to reattach the strut from here back to there, right? And then we put it right in the center. And these struts are spherical. They have a spherical collider. Raid is right. It's the same collider as the RCS ball. I'm just wondering if it's offset or anything. I'm not sure if it is or not. Okay, so theoretically now, I should be able to take another set of these bearings here. Right? Those are already bound to Action Group 1. I should be able to take these, and just for the sake of trial and error, I'm going to put them here, like this. So with these bearings, you could make Chungus Pad not drift. It's possible. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is something to necessarily prevent drift, but it definitely will make it not drift as much. I don't know if it's a guarantee for the whole thing, but so we should have in Action Group 1, we should have the strut, 2 sets of thermometers, and the RCS ball. Right? Okay. Does that remove the toggle group? It doesn't, Flykin. It doesn't. It removes it on the part window, but you can still toggle it. Because adding a physics-less part, like a thermometer or a cubic octag or a strut, to a robotic part gives it the flag for same vessel collision. And it seems like even if you take it away, as long as the action group is bound, it still does it. I'm not sure, Duff. I knew that for a good while. I think Tessa showed me that or something. So, ready? We should just be able to hit 1. I saw it. Did you see it? You see it pop back into place? Holy frick, dude. I'm so happy right now. That is so huge. I know it doesn't look like much. I know. It doesn't look like much, but that is huge right there. Great, it does work, dude. I can't freaking believe that. That actually works. Oh my goodness. Dude, that thing is not moving. Is it? We'll know if it's moving around if these things are vibrating. Yeah, they are just a little bit. We're getting some vibrations, which means something isn't exactly balanced, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably the strut because of its asymmetric shape. It ain't much, but it's honest work. We could do 2 struts, Inky. Yeah. Rocket Guy, check this out. Dude, Rocket, you'll dig this. Figured out a way to get thermo bearings to work. Look. All one vehicle, man. What have you just created? We didn't create anything. We just figured out a way to get thermo bearings to work in the stock game without having to separate it. We got Kraken Tech to work. Fizz Warp? It didn't like that too much, Tessa. How did it work? Rocket Guy, basically what you have to do... Yeah, it didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. Basically what you gotta do is you gotta take a physics-less part and attach it to a robotic part. And then you gotta go into the action groups and bind the action groups to enable vessel collision, right? And then you could separate it from the robotic and it keeps the action group and it keeps the flag. It works every time, dude. Watch, here. I'll get rid of the strut design just this once. We don't even need this rotor. I'm positive. So, see that RCS ball right there? In action group 1, right? I have the place anywhere linear RCS. Enable same vessel interaction, right? You can copy it, right? And I could place that right there and just move that down and move it into position, just like that, right? And that'll work. Yeah, see, these thermometers are colliding, and they're attached to that girder segment over there. So watch this, ready? Yeah. That's huge, dude. It's huge. Kraken bearings are super useful, and they're super reliable. It takes a lot, like a 4x fizz warp, to break those things. Yeah, Leop, right? Congrats, you beat me. That's huge. Now, if we hit 1, I'd need something to hold it in place, but yeah, that would have worked too. Hey, EJ, have you mentioned how this is huge lately, Kappa? You being sarcastic about something, Tessa? No. Say it ain't so. Now, Tessa, I'm not 100% sure if this is going to help for the rotors. It'll definitely make them drift less. I don't think it's going to beat Fizz Warp. It could. I don't think it's going to beat the Fizz Warp thing going on, unfortunately, but
Discovery, go at throttle up.
take this using this in higher or lower gravity won't change things. Not really. Will a door work on the moon with like a regular door? Yeah, of course it would. Didn't you use something similar for the big crane? Am I missing something? Yeah, but it was two separate vehicles, Freshmans. I disconnected the top of the crane from the bottom so it could pivot correctly. And I didn't realize that you could keep same vessel collision enabled. Is that a maximum RPM? Yep, 460. Yeah, next to look at extremely low frequency vibrations. Or no, those aren't low frequency. Those are high frequency vibrations. High frequency vibrations suggests a slightly off-balanced mechanism, which it is because it has all the struts on one side. But it's, see that? Super high frequency? That means that this thing is pretty damn smooth. So we have high frequency with really low amplitude vibrations here. Flykin, this tolerance is exactly, trust me, if you go any closer, it'll break. Like, I have like 6 months of testing behind these 7 parts here, dude. Will it hold if you put something on one of the octo struts to make it not balanced? Way less, Tars. Way less. We'll work that out to bearing noise. Yeah, see? I mean, comparatively down here with this one, like, dude, look at the difference. Yeah, Tessa, I'm with you. Dude, we have enough testing behind this to know that that tolerance is about as good as it's going to get. It has a teeny weeny bit of slop in it, but that's on purpose. Because, Flykin, okay, see how this thing is bouncing around like that? See how it's kind of doing this a little bit? If we made it tighter, the game, it would bounce into one of the bearing housings, and then it would pop out. So what's the first use case for this? Rocket Guy, what I'm going to do is use it for the bearings on my, on the, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if you were here yesterday for the plane build that I'm working on. Alright, that's confirmed. Let me just write out the workflow here in case I forget. Attaching physics plus parts to a robotic part and then action grouping them for enabling vessel collision doesn't unassign the SVC flag even if you remove the part and add to a non-robotic part. Result: thermo bearings can be made for any craft that needs them. Cool. It's a little bit of a technical write-up by me just so I don't forget. I didn't want to make another craft file flag, and I have like 400 loaded into this save. So I used the one that I was using for a fairing separator test. But, the monstrosity. But these, instead of the rotor housing part, kind of. I'll show you. Let me go back into the K92, and we're going to make these things. I'm not sure it's enough to counter the bearing torque, but... So, Rocky Guy, we had a rotor housing here, right? And I had the thermal bearings because we were testing on this craft file a second ago. Just stay right there. And when I tried to collective pitch up on these things, that thing went... It bent like crazy. Crazy bad. We're going to remove that, basically. So let me undo the fuel line for a second. Got to make sure we undo that. Strut. Okay. I'm going to implement this right here. So I rotated it 90 degrees forward so we can use the radial symmetry correctly. Actually, these I can't make this because it's in 2x symmetry. I can't assign radial to that. Always, Java. I don't necessarily need it for the rotor, Rocket Guy. That thing works just fine. Although, I could use it for that. We could do it. This is just another rotor that uses... it's that and that are literally the same thing. They have the same back-end code. It's just the shape is different, and this one uses liquid fuel, and that one uses electricity. That's the only difference. So we could use it to stabilize this. If we wanted to make an eccentric or something, that would be a really good use case for it. I don't know why I would need eccentric blades, but... Or not eccentric blades. Well, yeah, eccentric, that's what it's called. Can you subassembly it in another file? I could just merge the fairing sep test file, John, and it would work just fine. It should, at least. But since you have to rebind action groups, I'm not 100% sure about doing it every time. So, here's what we'll do. Why only 3 blades? More is better, right? No. No. Not at all. You can't add more blades without making the engine more powerful. You add more blades, and you keep your engine the same, right? And I can't bind motor size and output to an action group for a cal controller to overclock this. Adding more blades actually makes it less effective because you have to turn all these. All these blades have huge moment. 3 is actually perfect. Not at all, boy. Duh! Yeah, right. Alright, so... Hey, Tech, what's going on, man? Alright, now I gotta make a little manufacturing stand right here. Okay, so... How do we want to do this? Yeah, that's right, Raid. We could. We don't even need this. We could use nose cones. You're right. Whatever part makes the least amount of drag. Yeah. So let me just put those nose cones there for a second. Actually, I'm gonna... Yeah, that's fine. Alright. I'm just gonna leave that in the same spot so I know where to put it. So I had 2 attachment points. One is right there, Raid, and the other one is out there. And the reason I had the rotors there was so I could attach these to the wings, because these were attached to the fuel tanks. Kind of sandwiching everything together, hierarchically speaking. Yeah, I just said that. Alright, so take the bearing. All we got to do is attach the bearing to the robotic piece, right? And then go into the action group. And then enable same vessel interaction. Enable same vessel interaction. Now, I know what people are saying. Like, oh, I need some kind of indicator, right? I need some kind of indicator to make sure that I have this toggled on or else the bearings won't work. Well, here's the thing. The flight deck of this vehicle is tilted 10 degrees down. So I need to control from a docking port that's facing forward so I get the right control point so I can fly the vehicle correctly. I can't take the vehicle off without that control point centered. It won't fly correctly. So I have to hit action group 1 to get it to fly right. So that's why I bound it on top of the control point group, because I know I won't take off if the control point is pointed into the ground. Because I know I'm going to look at the nav ball when I take off. Just make enough sense? Sorry. Dude, yeah, we could even get away with using the really, really tiny nose cones. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Okay, so we have those bound, right? So I'm gonna copy this Kraken bearing right here. Just put it right there. Yep, they're all bound. It's enable. You want to set it to enable, not toggle, because that means they'll shut off. We don't want to do that. You just want to set it to be a one-time use. And it'll stay like that, or at least it should. And I purposely made it part of the vehicle startup procedure. The other thing I probably could do is bind it to an engine start. Because I know I ain't taking this thing off with these things. I mean, I could, but I know I'm not taking these things off without those on. Because the real one wouldn't fly without those on. Alright, so copy these. Give me 6 times symmetry. Now use this. There's a little fun switch you might like. The nitrous switch. Nice. That's cool. SpaceX has removed one of the stabilizer arms. Huh. That would work just fine. All right, now just get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Now those, here, I actually don't need that. Now those, we should see 2 sets of thermometers here for enable vessel collision, and we do. Okay. Now if I copy this part and place it, now we should see 3 sets of it. No. You do not. Can't be sub-assembled. See? You have to copy the part. If you copy the copied part, doesn't work. It removes the flag. Okay. Now... Okay. Which means I have to place these manually. What are you using thermometers for on this? Watch necklace. I need bearings to make it so it can do that and not have robotic drift like crazy. It's for yaw control when it's in helicopter mode. Would be faster to copy that and then AG manually. Here's the thing though. I'm not sure that the flag even stays there, Rocket Guy. So click on it. It still does. Well, yeah, your way's better. Will that even work over symmetry? Hey, Orange. Yeah, it doesn't work over symmetry, but yeah, okay. Cool. 35-monther. Thanks, Orange. Okay. Yeah, see? Rocket Guy, it doesn't get rid of the part flag. So that means, dude, any of the Kraken tech that we designed ever is fair game now. Anything. Any one of it. Which is pretty freaking cool. Yeah, any Kraken tech is fair game. All of it. I can't think of any case scenario where it wouldn't work. Maybe you address this while building it, but there's a way... But is there a way to use RPM as a yaw method? That's how quadcopters work. Savvy, it doesn't really work too well with 2 blades. If I had 4 blades... So say we had 4... like 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you change differential RPM between 1 and 4, then it'll yaw. With 2 blades, it's kind of difficult. Because the blades aren't near each other. It's actually easier to just make it do that. Yeah, yes, all that is fair game. Mm-hmm. Alright, I can get rid of the rotor. Guess you guys aren't ready for that yet. You kids are gonna love it. Okay. Did you ever get the big Valkyrie to orbit? No. But we did come up with a single vehicle Kraken drive. And you could also do Kraken drives with this, no problem. Yeah, any Kraken tech, dude. Anything. Because of the physicsless part flag. Any Kraken tech is fair game. Which is pretty damn cool, actually. That's a huge breakthrough. The RCS bearing keeps the flag. Okay. So what are its limitations? Pretty much physics. Any physics, rocket guy, that's the limitation. Like, you have still RPM limitations. I mean, the bearing is still susceptible to load. I don't see any limitations. To be honest, like, anything? Anybody? Honest, I really don't see any. You should test the spin with an offset mass. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in the cargo bay. I want to see what this does. I have a feeling these are gonna drift when the plane gets put on the map. That those will drift out of position. But we'll check. Well, we're about to see a off-weighted one here. That is fixed, Inky, yes. So when did we start using this for capsule recovery operations? Oh, I don't know. But it would be really good at it because it can float. I'm sure it exists only after attaching the part to the rotor, Phil, but I'll double check it. Can the thermometer still clip with SVI enabled? Yep. Yes, they can. Yeah, okay, see. We have to have something holding it in place. Or else it does that. It's just like, no! No! I'm gonna bring my rotor back in here for a couple of different reasons. The first reason is to hold it in place. Second reason is fuel, which is probably more important than the first reason, because for some reason we have asymmetric fuel crossfeed. It's because I built the rotor assembly in symmetry and then took it out of symmetry later. It screws up the fuel flow. Nice. It screws up the fuel flow logic. Also, fuel froze. Hey, Damians. Those are some serious chops. You like that? You like that? Look at that. Look at that. Stop. That ain't bad. I'm on a mission from Gad. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I didn't place those in symmetry because, of course, I didn't. What's the big thing with the flags? Snackless, if you attach a physicsless part to a robotic in the editor, it'll open up the flag to be able to toggle vessel collision. Nothing we didn't know. What we didn't know is that if you take that part off and you attach it to whatever the frick you want, as long as you kept the flag in an action group for enabling vessel collision, it'll still work. Yeah, it'll still collide. Yeah. All you got to do is enable it when you get out onto the map. So I effectively can use physicsless parts for Kraken Tech, bringing back all the thermo bearings and all the really serious Kraken Tech that we did back in the day for like making pads and stuff. Yeah, all the stuff that I know really, really works from like Condor. Yeah, I can bring that back. Yeah, we can use that again. Yeah, it is a huge breakthrough. That it's like I can't stress enough how insane all of the designs, all that work with all the Kraken Tech that we did, that all works. I can make that work. Anything. Because the physicsless parts keep the AG toggle flag. So look, I have a thermo bearing in there. Remember those from Condor's pad? I have a thermo bearing in there, and that's going to hold this thing together, and it's going to work. The thermo bearings were some of the strongest things that strongest Kraken Tech that we've ever made. Like, it doesn't get stronger than that thing. Okay, so that's to hold it in position. That doesn't need a brake system, and it doesn't turn off the motorization. I really don't need it to be powered. Fuel line should have the same collider as struts and RCS balls. You could probably use that fuel line instead of the RCS and the bearing. You know what, Raid? Let's go for it. Why not? Let's see if she works. I didn't do it in symmetry because I'm a derpy derp face. I'm a post-Condor viewer. What is a thermal bearing? It's a bearing. It's a bearing that's made out of thermometers. And we used it to make hinges before there were robotics in the game, King. They are physicsless, Hillness. That's why this is such a big deal, dude. They are physicsless. And we can change that by attaching it to a robotic part. That's why, dude, it's like, oh. Dude. Yeah, I don't think you guys realize how big this is. Tremendous. All right. We'll see if it works, Raid. What we just made there should be stronger than anything. This bearing should not, or that rotor, it shouldn't drift. That's just to hold it in place. It shouldn't drift at all. Shouldn't. I mean, unless I did something wrong. But, I mean, let's be real. That absolutely could be a thing. All right. Let's see what it does. I don't know, Plums. You should make a shuttle with Kraken Tech doors. Yes, I can make any type of payload bay door. We can make payload bay doors out of curved flags if we want. 5-meter payload bay door? Sure, why not? Why not? Okay, make sure the collective is working. And then hit 1, and you should see this pop up. Ready? Looks like it didn't pop up too much. Doesn't look like it worked. It finally happened. I watched the 154 video in your aerospace class. Oh, yeah? Nice, Taco. Yeah, wing stress, dude. Yeah, you noticed that, huh? I think it's only the root part of it. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this down here. I'm going to move that down there, and I'm going to get rid of that. I think it might only be the root spot on the fuel line, or they may have changed something, Raid, because I believe you. You never tested it with side loads. What the hell do you think this test is? For fun? You think this test is for fun, just so I can sit here and laugh? Yeah, yes, of course. I know. That's what I'm doing. Testing that right now. I can't think of any better test to shear that bearing than trying to collective up, go full collective up on this bearing. That's going to introduce an insane amount of shear load. This is all for fun. Shut up. You dingus. You donkey. This is all forgotten. Don't forget it's in fact a video game. Alright, you want to play that game with me? Yeah, me having fun and playing video games puts food on the table. How about you? Look at these sideburns. Sideburns don't lie, man. See all that? Premeditated, partner. Premeditated, partner. I watch you play video games while working from home, so I don't know if that's better, but alright. Okay. R2. Fire up the converters. Alright, we're gonna test shear load here, dude. See what happens. It's not bad. It still moves a little bit. Not too incredibly noticeable though. How's the yaw control? It's fine. See how with the yaw control, look up here. See the difference? See how they're moving? How's it compared to the Stay Put, Nick? It's definitely less, Tessa. Are the thermometers auto-strutted? No, they're not attached to a physics-less part. So it doesn't keep the auto-strut flag, unfortunately. At least I don't think it does. I mean, she's moving around, that's for sure. Maybe I should put one on the other side, or maybe we should put more in here underneath the wing. It's not as bad. No. It definitely handles a little bit better. I agree, Raid. Can we add more of those? Yeah, we can. Gotta be spinning, dude, or else it really doesn't like it. Is this C-rated? It can land in the water, yep. Mm-hmm. See, I gotta keep the blades spinning because they don't auto-gyro as well as I would like. But, they're my ailerons when it's in plane mode. No, it can't. It's not designed to do that. It's an auto-gyro. They don't sustain auto rotation. Auto rotation is not animated in the game, but it's modeled. It's there. So if I just zip out the motors, right? Set them to 0. They're not auto rotating. If you give it a little bit of inverse. Oh. If you give it a little bit of reverse collective or down on the collective, they'll start spinning. But yeah, they should be spinning like crazy right now, but they're not, right? But it is auto-gyroing. They are generating insane amounts of lift. Yeah, they're auto-gyroing, but it's not animating it. These things should be spinning at full speed right now. Oh yeah, Pythos, I revised the bearing design. Much more aerodynamic now. Like, way more aerodynamic. Spared no expense, that's right. Can you get down to 400 and see what the top speed is? Dude, something wacky is going on over here. Yeah, if like in your center of lift is above your center of mass. And it's also a little bit offset because of retreating blade stall. I powered the blades on there because we are going very, very fast right now. The fact that this thing isn't ripping itself to pieces is pretty astonishing, actually. Yes. It doesn't need whiplashes. This thing is not supposed to break the sound barrier, because breaking the sound barrier with helicopter blades in real life is not... It's frowned upon. It's the rotors. Yeah, but you could probably get away with it, plus they're more fuel efficient. Yeah, but I would need 4 of them to get this amount of thrust. Would I not? They produce more thrust at higher speed. Yeah, I don't want to do that. As you can do that with the you can do that with your version. Yeah, it really doesn't like this because they're not spinning. Yeah, it didn't like that. Yeah, it really didn't like that. We should probably fix that, like, now, before I crash. Yeah, I can't roll. Yep. Yeah, these things need to be spinning, dude. If they're not spinning, we're gonna have a really bad problem. What's the fuel in the tank in seconds? Oh. I don't know because I shut it down. Add some ailerons to the wings. Yeah, it doesn't work. I already tried that. If this aileron just gets counteracted by the blade because the blade can lift a lot more. Hit the brakes. Looks cooler with it spinning anyway. Napkin math suggests full carbon traverse is possible. I believe it in this thing. Nah, she good, Plums. Attempting it, Havocs, yeah. It's hard to do, dude. Even with this thing. Very difficult.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Time to put her in the Xerox and hit 300%. Yeah. But I'm hovering. Look at that. Look at, oh, it's so stable. I'm hovering at pitched up 5 degrees, man. That's ridiculous. No, a helicopter can't do that. Hover sideways, it has to be straight. A Chinook could. You could add another controller for the collective with the fine adjustment and use it to trim the collective. Yeah. Have a Kerbal walk around in the inside? I'm not sure if I can do that. Agreed, Jed. She tripped. I'm gonna need you to get up, like now. She tripped. She was walking around, though. She didn't mind the gap, indeed. I just realized it's a fairing, not a Mark III. Scalability. Gotta be careful she doesn't fall out the back. But the fact that she was walking around in there is actually pretty freaking cool, man. Alright. What do you think? Should we add more bearings in the design? Because it does drift a little bit. It's not nearly as bad. The reverse thrusters, haven't tested it. Why is that thing moving? Yeah, King. Fairing fuselages, man. State of the art. Interactive TV, John. Wave of the future. It's a C1 heli. Yep, pretty much. That climb rate, though. How much can it carry? It can lift 72 tons. I don't know how much it can carry. Can it do a backflip? Oh yeah, easily. Is this a stall? Nah. Helicopter blades, man. Stabilize you right out. It's really difficult to stall this thing, John, especially if your blades are powered. Because anytime you stall, flip the blades on, goes right back into helicopter mode. I want to see with the revised bearing design that makes way less drag, I want to see where this thing goes in terms of altitude. Thanks, Apocalypsis. $9,300 is where we were able to go before. Wait, those engines can lift the crap by itself? I don't think our TWR is over 1.0 when this thing is pointed straight up. But if the engines are pointed at a 70-degree angle and the collective is up on the helicopter blades, that should get you above 1 TWR. And that's why I can just turn it up like this and go whoop, right up in the air. I don't need a runway. Runway? No, we don't even need a helicopter pad. Just... you don't even need a helicopter pad. This thing could land anything, anywhere. This is also kind of looks like an oversized S3 with rotors. Yeah, I see it. Do a barrel roll? Alright. Once again, super easy to do because I'm using the cyclic control systems on the rotors to for the ailerons. It doesn't even need to be flat ground, Tessa. If I turn thrust on the engines and collective up, I can just sit there like this, like the SP1. In fact, I was thinking if I put a propeller blade, if we put a rotor blade here instead of the bypass fan, like in SB1, if we put two propellers right there, it probably would even be more maneuverable. But I don't think we need that type of precision. It's precise enough. That's going to be a little bit more precision for a lot of changes, and I don't want to do that. We're higher than the flight ceiling that we previously were at, fellas. Yeah, King. Yeah, easily. Alright, I'll level off here. Power down the blades. What do you plan to use the heavy lift for? Or is it just a one-off? Sims, I don't really have a planned mission for these planes. What I do have a planned mission, but like, I don't have a planned mission for these planes, but also at the same time, this capability is worth developing just because it's that freaking good. Like, what this thing does is pretty insane. Is it not? Like, by the way, we're accelerating at 9,600. the revised bearing and rotor design, Tessa, we're gonna get above 10,000 easily. We could use it for ground stations, John. Sure, absolutely. Way easier implementation than the K90. In fact, a K90 version of this could probably fly around Kerbin twice, easily. And we wouldn't need to worry about landing on water. No worries there. Doesn't need to. It's way better. It's a way better implementation. Of course I could, S. Yeah, sure. I don't see why I couldn't. Do you? .29 Tessa. Look at lift to drag. L to D is insane. That's really, really good. Sure, John. Absolutely. Will do, man. I actually, Tessa, I also want to make a small version of this as well. I would like to go and literally modify the tuk-tuk to get it to do this, to see how fast that thing could go. So I could move personnel around. This is like a light cargo carrier. I want a personnel carrier. Stock robotics, you can do it, Kraken Tech, but yeah. Привет, как дела? How you holding up, dude? What do you think about Tessa's idea of swapping the rotor engines out for electric ones? I'd prefer one consumable. Yeah, we're at 33,000 feet, guys. This thing is a champion. Yeah, the old rotor design that we had, the old axle design out to the rotor was very, 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 it made a lot of drag, those structural fuselages. This does not make a lot of drag. Hang on, I think we popped a bearing out over here. We did. We popped the bearing on the left rotor. No good. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're going to need to reinforce that bearing. Wait, do the rotors rotate? No. No, Yard. Auto rotation, dude. They just auto rotate. They're my wings. That's why this thing has such little stubby wings. Look at, I mean, these wings are only generating so much lift. So it's 40 on each of the Fat 455. So 4 times 4, 16. Look at how much total lift I'm making. I'm making 2.5 times that lift. My helicopter blades are pretty much unpowered. They're not generating. They're just spinning. But that spinning is creating way more lift. See? Look at the service ceiling, dude. Yeah, tilting the rotors is too complicated. We don't need to do that. Just jet engines. What's the purpose for that bearing? It's to hold it in place. Oh, Yarg, we also figured out a way to get thermo bearings to work. No, we can get Kraken Tech to work. Yeah. Yeah. We made a breakthrough today. A really big breakthrough. Yeah, the old service ceiling was 9,300. We can go way higher than that. Okay, but why is it there at all? When we're in helicopter mode, if you want to yaw, I need the rotors to do that. It's tilt for yaw control. That's all. Yeah. And you just broke 4,000 kilometer range on a full tank. It's, well, Kiosk, that's called auto rotation. Look up an auto gyro. Yeah, this is a gigantic auto gyro. That's all. But it's an auto gyro that can also convert itself to be a helicopter if we need it. Hey, Demon, what's going on? I could barely fall asleep last night because I thought, what should I do if I hear sirens, and spent like 2 hours fighting through this and planning on what I should do. Get to a basement. Fast. Yeah. Hey, we'll be alright. We'll be alright, dude. We'll be alright. Go to the bottom floor of the block, dude. That's what you should do. Or get in the car and go. We need to add more of these, gotta add more of those bearings. I'll probably do another one. I don't know. Should we do one right there? I don't think we need to. Hey, Anajiro. What's going on? Blocked us for going inside the window. Yeah, good call. I guess it depends on what type of siren we're talking about here, huh? I don't have a basement, so the best option is to get into the car and go to the country house. But besides that, mostly okay. Though there's news that a plane helicopter crashed and stuff. Oh, jeez. I'd say this thing likes it right around 10,000. It can go higher, but we also got to remember, and somebody already mentioned this, we got to remember we're not carrying anything. All right. Hey, Brumo. Yeah, I said I would play a lot more Kerbal today. We could do a short space news, I suppose. Good, Hanajiro. Everything's good, man. Okay. Stress test. Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate. Pull up. Pull up. Could it work on Duna? Nah, it's too heavy. I mean, maybe, kind of, I guess. Ready? Oh, it hated that. It really didn't like that at all. Whoa! Oh, yep, she died. Okay. Yeah, it didn't like that at all. Okay. Yeah, that was bad. So we know not to hit the... Yeah, the helicopter blades don't do very well when you're going that fast. Which is something that's basically true. It's basically true in real life. You're tearing it apart, Lisa.
Oh, neat, John.
It's very stressful, Vin, isn't it?
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
Did you power them up and gotten them spinning? They were powered. Yeah. Yarg, the problem there is that one of the bearings broke. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So, to solve that problem, I'm going to put another bearing. Do you have any advice on a universal free umbilical? I'm trying to learn robotics and make fuel planes. Eh? You could use this. That'll work. Cooling the driver's cojones. Nice. What exactly will be spinning with this auto gyro? The rotors? What else would be spinning? I'm confused. Lava, I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. Why auto, though? I'm sorry, you're confusing me. What do you mean, why auto rotation? Why did I choose to do it this way? Or, like, what do you mean by what's spinning? I'm confused. Can you elaborate? No. Why the name auto gyro? Because it is an auto gyro. Okay, look. Here, I'll show you. Okay, all right. That helps me out. I got you. Here, check this out. Auto gyro. Okay? So let's take a look. What is an auto gyro? An auto gyro is a plane that has a powered propeller pointing backwards. See that? It's just a regular plane engine with a propeller pointing backwards. But this plane has no wings. It doesn't have any wings. Why doesn't it have any wings? It has a helicopter blade spinning on top. Get out of here. It has a helicopter blade spinning on the top. There's no engine connected to that thing. It's not powered. So when you fly down the runway, the oncoming air and retreating blade stall gets that thing to start spinning. It starts spinning so fast that it basically becomes your wings. Understand? The helicopter blades are the wings. And that makes it so an auto gyro is super maneuverable. It doesn't go very fast though. This is a gigantic auto gyro, but I can disengage and engage the drive on my blades. And when I engage the drive, I can shut off my backward-facing engines, right? We can shut off the backward-facing engines, and then it works like a helicopter. So it's the best of a V-22, and the best of an autogyro, and the best of an airplane, all combined into one. Does that make sense? No problem. When I say I don't understand your question, I mean, I'm not sure where you're coming. Like, how much do you know about the project, etc., etc.? Like, if you've been watching this the whole time and you asked me that question, it'd be different than if you just came in and said, like, oh, EJ, what are you working on, right? Like, that's where I'm getting confused. The question is pretty straightforward. I can understand that. Hey, phone sister. How are you? No, I understand that part. It's the context of the question, that's all. Where I'm like, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, no need to apologize. All good. Where do you see yourself in 30 years? Yes. Yes. I was wondering if we could get enough engine to get it into orbit. No. Helicopter blades don't work very well in KSP when you go past the sound barrier. Well, I'm sure, you know what? Never mind. You could probably get them to do that in KSP. I don't want to, because it's not teaching people anything. What I'm doing here, guys, the thing that we've made is theoretically possible. You could make, it's not even theoretical. There's nothing that's saying this couldn't work. Pretty dang cool. Thanks, man. Yeah. You built your first nuclear plant satisfactory, dude? Hell yeah. Nice, Damians. That's cool. I haven't even gotten that far. I'm just messing with oil. Man, we gotta go back and jump in there. It's been a little while. Do you like Factorio? Yeah, sure. I don't play it that much, dude, but I do like it. Bill has, I've been playing Satisfactory, though, a lot lately. Well, I actually haven't played Satisfactory in about a month, but I really like playing Satisfactory. I like building in 3 dimensions. I think it's cool. Not hating on Factorio. I'm pretty sure Satisfactory would not exist if Factorio didn't. Yeah, I know what you mean. Forge, yeah, they're sandbagging. Of course they're sandbagging. That's what they do. Alright, we'll see how the double rotor system holds. And then maybe, maybe we could make a smaller one. We could make the tuk-tuk work like this. I don't even think the tuk-tuk would need wings. It wouldn't, yeah, it wouldn't. I don't think it would, at least. And I already kind of honed in on this idea a little while back with the tuk-tuk, but... Sandbagging is as legitimate a tactic as anything else. I mean, yeah, I guess. That wasn't really the point I was trying to make, but alright. Sure. Have you built Skylon? Yes. Nah, I'm alright, S-Master. I like working with what we know works in KSP. I don't need to do that. You can do that. Definitely less drift. Yeah, another bearing definitely helped it. Yeah, sweet. Nice. What will you be using this for? It's just a design that I wanted to work on, dude. I don't know what I'll use it for. What does mine say? Dude! Imagine how much air this thing probably pushes up. Classic space shuttle mistake. Oh. This could have applications everywhere, dude. It really depends. But yeah, considering it only took me one day to put it together, I mean, I've been honing on this design. Not honing in on the design, but I've wanted to try something like this for a good while. I just wanted to see, you know, I thought this would be a good way to get back into Kerbal. I don't know. How about I wanted to build it because I freaking felt like it? Does that help? Does your pallet truck fit in that? No. No, this is too small. But the cool thing is that it's scalable. I can make this bigger. I could lengthen the fuselage if I really wanted to. We could probably make it the fuselage twice as long. It'd still work just fine. It's hard to get it to like hover exact. That's a little bit on the difficult side. But yeah, fine control of the collective might be a good idea. enough. Have enough. There we go. Yeah, I know, it's pretty awesome capability. That's what I keep trying to tell people. Like, this was too good to not make, because it gives us a capability that's pretty much unmatched. Like, that thing just went up to 800 meters and then stopped and then leveled out. What are the pros and cons of this design comparatively to a tilt rotor? I think this is way simpler. Do a barrel roll? Yeah, this has way less moving parts. This has more in common. If this was like a real life design, dude, it would have more in common with a Chinook than it would a V22. It's way less complicated. Because I don't have my engines hanging out on the edges of the wings and they don't turn. The engines are in a fixed position. Think V280 as opposed to V22. I think it would be simpler if not for the bearing system. That makes it more complicated. What? This is also way slower than a tilt bro. Are you just making things up, Yarg, or you just making things up, or are we just like hearing yourself talk? I'm confused. What are you talking about, man? This thing almost broke the sound barrier. Tilt rotors get nowhere near the sound barrier in real life. And also, to get these things to turn on a V22 with maximum torque you'd need a huge bearing. You'd need a way more complicated system than this. What are you talking about? I'm confused. Thanks, Jimmy. I don't understand. And I'm not even mad. That's just flat wrong. Like, unless I'm not considering something, which is possible. I mean, this thing has more in common with the here. Check this out. Do you know about this plane, the DO-31? Really, really cool design. Do Mercedes and just take the side pods off. This is basically a DO-31, but instead of the lift fans on the side, I have a drive shaft coming out of the motor that goes to a rotor mechanism up here. It's basically the same thing. The DO stands for Dorn. Okay. Now put guns on it? I don't do guns in Kerbal. Sorry. I could. Actually, XL, the funny thing is that if you look at this from the side, it's a C-130, because I made it look like a C-130. So, can you imagine this thing, but in AC-130 form? You could drop the troops off out the back, right? And then support them with artillery, Hind style. support them from the air, and then, oh, you finished your objective, go in there and pick them up. La Criatura. Yeah, very big difference. My small electric tilt rotor can clear 300. My bigger one was over 320. Yeah, I mean, Yarg, that's the small stuff, though. What about one the size of a C5? Defiant, that's where I'm going with this. Doubt there's much room for troops after those 3 gun systems. I mean, yeah, you guys seem to really like being Negative Nancy's, do you? You know, the Negative Nancy building is over there. You should probably head that way. How much could you scale this up? Just add more rotors, Broncos. Seriously, just add more rotors. We could add more rotors and we could scale it up big time. Oh, yeah. Again, you're having fun wrong. Why do you guys... I don't understand. Chat, stop being the way that you are. Stop it. So, okay, like, anyway, we were talking about missions. Dude, this thing is so... It has such high dexterity. I could fly it anywhere. We could land on any surface. This thing is great for Kerbal exploration, and it's also great for ground stations, too. In career mode, if you had one of these things, and it had all the science equipment in the back, you could fly almost to every biome in one shot. Like... And you could get tons of science around Kerbin really easily. And then you could get tons of science around Kerbin, and then take that cargo out, put it on a rocket, launch it into space, and put it in a science lab and get thousands of points of science. Go land on the mountain where the pod crashed. No. You could hit every biome with a single launch, that's right. Are you saying the rotors are powered by the jets? I don't understand how that works. If it was a real one, Jonas, it would be. We're not in Kerbal, no. I just have the turbo shafts mounted out on the wing. That's all. In real life, if I was going to power this, you wouldn't need an engine out here. All you would need is a big enough jet, and the jet could have a drive shaft coming out the side, and then go up to a synchronizer, and then have a drive shaft that goes out here, like a Chinook. It's more like a Chinook, less like a V-22. But yeah, in Kerbal, I have that turbo shaft engine. What's that, Shinar? It's a sideways Chinook. Oh, that's pretty cool. Houston, thanks for the raid. Mount the jets on the wing, drop the fuselage, and you have a VTOL White Knight. Yeah, right. Which is better? A better motor, 4-valve Ford or big block? Big block. Well, it depends on the application, DJ, but what's Coop putting it in and what's he doing with it? Just seems wrong to see a plane this size do that. Yeah. Just posted debate, which is better? It depends. It depends on what you're doing. You want torque or power? Drag racing, big block. Overall performance, 4-valve. Most likely extended KSP, Space News, and then Summer Cars. Extended KSP, smaller Space News. All drag racing, big block. Exactly, Tessa. If I was going to make an autocross car, give me the 464 valve all day. Because you can rev to the end of time, right? And it's really light, so really good for handling. The big block makes insane amount of torque because it's designed for hauling. Somebody said it in chat. Plums, you said it. It's designed for hauling stuff. Because it's designed for hauling, it makes a lot of torque. Great for straight line application. It really depends. And that all comes down to one thing, guys. Bore and stroke on the piston. Yeah, see, Mile, you get it. Do the rotors create more drag if you lock them? I don't think there's much of a difference, but honestly, I need the rotors spinning. They're my ailerons. The thing has no roll control. If we it has no roll control if the props aren't spinning. Watch this, ready? Hold my Kerbal snacks. Yeah, not bad, huh? I see EJ has no regard for holding patterns. There's no one in the tower. 1320 just posted a new race video this morning, and there was a diesel truck out there with 4 kits of nitrous and shot flames above the cab. Diesel. Turning a stall into a hover is the new hotness. That's right. Would you say this is a difficult build, or would you say it's easy to recreate your own version of this? Ice, I'm not trying to sound like a complete weasel here, but it was easy for me. But easy for me with like 20,000 hours of experience in KSP is kind of difficult for most. With that being said, dude, I never think anybody should shy away from trying to replicate my builds. In fact, I encourage it. So, dude, build it. I'm telling you, build it. If you can tap into my brain here, which I don't really care, it's not like I'm going to patent this Kerbal craft file, you know what I mean? Dude, dial in, man. Build your own. That's what I want people to do. I don't want people to see this and be like, well, I'm never building that in KSP. I want people to take a stab at it. So do it. I'm intermediate and you're going to try. Remember, you have me at your disposal. So if you have a question about something, post a picture of your craft file and show it to me, and I'll tell you what you need to know. You don't learn anything by sitting here and well, you can learn something by sitting here and watching me, but if you want to be a better Kerbal builder, trying to replicate my builds is probably a good idea. Yeah, that's right, Warlion. I know. It sounds dumb when you say it like that, man. It sounds stupid when you say it like that, but am I wrong? Plum's like, I don't even own Kerbal. What have we got here? It's an auto gyro cargo plane, Wiser. So, when we're in plane mode, auto gyro. So the motors spin, right? The rotors up there spin. They're unpowered, more or less. Like, they don't need to have a lot of power. Just, right? So now it's just flying like a plane, and it's using the rotors spinning as its wings. The rotors spinning around is the wing and the ailerons for this thing. So, I mean, we can book. This thing goes really fast for what it is. It goes about as fast as you can for those engines, man. If you care and want to look at it, I can post the link in the timestamp. Nah, DJ, I got you. Kind of involved in this right now, dude. I'll check it out later. I like Coop's builds. Coop, it's cool. It's cool, dude. Good old Cooper spaghetti. So check this out. Watch this, Wiser. Ready? Shut those down. Power up the rotors. Pretty cool, huh? See that? She's a beast. Is this based on any real aircraft? Nope, my design. I designed this, guys. This is the first Wings Wednesday in a while where I just made something. You made this? No, I made this. Have you tried to build your own SAS module before? Yes, it's possible with the rotors, with the electric rotors, and yes, it does saturate too. Oh yeah, Hellfish. Wings Wednesday. Alright, after this test, guys, you want to try to build the small one? This would be very difficult in real life. To get it to do what it just did, Rocket Guy, yeah, but I don't think this concept is particularly... like I said, I think a V-22 is more complicated than this. I would need to take elements from an SB-1 and a V-22 and a Chinook and put them all together. But using an autogyro, I don't think that should be a problem, do you? And you just gotta... Rocket Guy, what I'm about to say, I know full well, like... This is not simple. This is not an easy thing to do. But the SB-1 has a disengageable drive line. It's got a clutch and a brake for the rotors and for that rear propeller, right? And it can turn them on demand. You could do that with this. And you could power everything off the turbofans. You would need a clutch going to the bypass, right? And then you would need a clutch on an output shaft from this going to a synchronizer and then out to each rotor. As long as you had the output shaft from each engine to the synchronizer, this thing could run off one engine, no problem. Just like a Chinook. Same idea. It's not as complicated as one might think. Yeah, I don't think it would be able to go very fast, but, like, it wouldn't be supersonic. No way. Not a chance. I vote for making your car with the thermo bearings. Oh, the gearboxes? We could do it, Flykin. Yeah. You vote for going to the big version? How would turning work with this thing? Would it use differential RPM or more of a swash plate design? These are swash plates out here. It has twin swash plates. Hey, Racing Kid. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, the drive shaft thing that I'm talking about, guys, would be how this is made in real life. It can be done. It's not some crazy thing here. Would also need to look into how large wings disrupt the airflow. Yeah, that's... The pressure in there, Rocket Guy, would probably hurt the synchros a little bit. The synchronizer. Because when the blade gets here, it compresses air up against the wing. I agree. That would probably be a little bit of a weird thing for it, but... But it didn't seem to have, it doesn't, I don't know that for sure, what I'm about to say, but it didn't seem to be a problem for the Mil-12, but then again, there's a reason why they didn't do that, and also, the Mil-12's wings are going, they're dihedral, they're going up like that. It's a cool helicopter, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. I took some influence from the Mil-12 here, but it's not exactly like a Mil-12. It's different. Because I don't have my engines out on the sides here. My engines are underneath the wing. And they're also an engine. So that means the Mil-12 was great. I mean, dude, that thing, that's the biggest helicopter ever flown by a pretty significant margin. That thing's the size of a C-130, right? But, this thing couldn't go very fast. It couldn't go forward quickly. You would lose a lot of lift, I think. It would be cool to investigate. The Mil-12 has very, very skinny wings, mainly structural. I mean, Rocket Guy, it would work, and I don't see why it wouldn't work in this design. You could use double auto rotation. As long as it's on a synchronizer, it'll be fine. Well, and once again, I understand that we're talking about it'll be fine in a subset of difficulty that is way up there on the difficulty scale. I understand that. The only limitation of this design I can see is weight. All the gearboxes and mechanisms needed to do everything, and you're talking about going... You're going to eat into payload mass. Not sure much, but I see a possible 2707 solution. Wouldn't this sort of design be dangerous when the blades dip down when pushing the collective? When the blades are spinning, they actually bend upwards, even when they're pitched down. Yeah, they bend upwards. Yeah, the centrifugal force keeps them straight. Yeah, that's what happens when you make a freaking helicopter blade that's like 50, 60 feet long. How does that work? The rotation. The rotation keeps it upright. I mean, they might go down a little bit. Every helicopter blade does this to an extent. At least I'm pretty sure I got that right. Oh yeah. Nice Tupolev in front of there. They have something called a drop stop. Oh, okay. A droop stop. Yep. Interesting. But you know what the crazy thing is, fellas? These things could pivot as well. Those things pivot. The whole engine assembly pivots very... Like mine. It doesn't tilt all the way forward. They just pivot like this. So the thing could go like this when it's going forward. Or it could do this to yaw. Yeah, that whole mechanism up there. And if you want scale, look at the ladder. That is a big engine. That's why they needed all these struts to hold this thing up. Yeah, they're cool. I just don't see auto rotation working at this scale with any speed, but I'm no expert in helicopters. It's all black magic. Is there a particular reason why, Rocket Guy? Like, dude, I'm not either. And like I said, I know that this is... Oh, just take parts from this. I know good and well that that's not how that works. What's the purpose of traditional wings, other than structural on crafts like this, where the blades are... what pivot and lift control? Wings on helicopters can reduce blade load so they don't break. Yeah. I just don't see why these wouldn't auto gyro. Is it because of the airflow? Because of the wings? I could give it a skinnier wing. That's not an issue. Yeah. I mean, the fact that half of our blade is out over here in clean air. I mean, I don't... Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something I don't know. I'm not an aerodynamic expert. This idea came to me and I'm like, huh. Could work. Can it fly upside down? Not sure. I haven't tried. Yeah, seems to work just fine. I mean, you're saying about the blades pushing air down onto the wings, but the wings aren't doing anything other than structural. Really cool looking. Yeah, I'd be worried about blade load there. Because the blade pushing on the wing when the blade's attached to a rotor, which is attached to the wing, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What that's going to do is compress the air under their edge. The air is going to get super compressed right there, and the blade would want to do this. There would be control issues, especially when you're in helicopter mode. And that would... Doing something like that, having something like that, where you have... I mean, but then again, it'd be no more than a cyclic. Again, I just don't know. Auto-rotation craft have an incidence angle to help them generate lift, but that also produces drag. Look at an auto-gyro. Then there's the wing. Also, you need airflow to spin the blades. I don't know if the airflow has enough to spin the much larger blades. This would... Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. We'd have to test it. Could you put the blades inside of a ring? Not at this size, no. Wait a minute. So, can I... Wait a minute. How did I not notice that, Rocket Guy? Hold on. We can use this one. It's tilted forward? No. Or is it tilted backwards? Oh my god, it is tilted forward. Wait, that thing can move? That thing can do this? The gyro blade is can go. It's articulated. We can do that. No problem. I can do that. Yeah. Your thoughts on the Mercedes side pods? It's definitely out there. Maybe Kerbal does understand auto gyroing. Maybe it does understand it, and maybe I don't. Maybe I just wasn't doing it right. Differential RPM is what's causing the oscillation. Tilt back. One of our rotors broke. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of an issue here, guys. Nope. It didn't pop out. Huh. Nah, Ian, we're good. It's fine. Is this the porpoising of the sky? Oh, yeah. Let me take a look. Yeah, that thing's all broken. Yeah, we broke it. It's still flyable, but it's broken. Yeah, I agree, Tesla. I'll land it. Bro, naughty! 1,000 bits. Thanks, man. What's with the tail design? To carry some stuff at the top? No, I just thought the split tail looked good. Doesn't really affect performance at all. Not bad for a rookie. What the hell's that noise? No, Laserman.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I'm not that cool, unfortunately. Bro, hey! Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, man. Set the tilt to a rear bias. Okay. I gotta disable the yaw cow controller, and we're gonna have to take off like an airplane. Okay, they're tilted slightly back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Whoa! 10 subs from Bro Not. Dude, a sub, bits, and gifted subs, dude? I don't know what I did, man, but thank you. Alright. Okay, negative blade pitch, right? Yeah, that's working. That's working just fine, actually. The blades desyncing is really hurting us right now. That's what the wobbles are from. The blades aren't synced. That's why I said the synchronizer would take a beating when you tried to fly this thing. Can you lock the blades? What do you mean lock the blades, Maverick? A quad blade would mitigate sync issues. What did I just find make this in KSP? That looks like Colin Furze design, but I don't think it is. It's a jet-powered go-kart. Yeah, I don't need to do that. Can you name it the hovering banana? The hovering hand banana? What's the RPM on the rotors? 50. Tessa, I'm not sure why you think that 4 doesn't solve that problem any more than 3 does. It might mitigate it, but it doesn't solve it. The Kema of K22. Yeah, kind of like that. I know, off topic, but the hot take of Omega coming back online due to Antares is so OP. What a story that booster would start with. I hope it happens, Scary. I hope, man. You would always have 2 blades retreating and generating at the same time. The fact that you're generating variable lift is what's causing the rolling.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, I guess. Tessa, I will say this. It's flying just fine with the tilt back auto rotation. It's really not too bad. I'm not sure we have the fuel, but... Guys, I retract my previous statements about Kerbal not understanding auto rotation. It understands it just fine. Yeah, no. I didn't understand auto rotation. Or auto gyroing. I understand auto rotation. Yeah, it works just fine if you tilt these back, which is, I didn't know that. I didn't know that that's what the real thing's done. Maybe that's probably a little bit of a detail that I overlooked on my end. My fault. Yeah, of course there's retreating blade stall. Look, let me pause it. See? Retreating blade stall on both sides. But they are pretty dang synced. They're just a little bit off. See, that the fact that they're just a little bit off is what's causing that vibration. But it's actually not too bad. I knocked it back into place when we did a time warp, dude. Yeah, I time warped and it popped it back into place. Both the bearings are in place. Can it land without fuel? I don't see why it couldn't. Yeah, that's what Tess is telling me, Supercraft. Tess, I just want to see what our fuel consumption is up here. What's the max airspeed? We got it up to 230 today, O-Force, because I redid the bearing design. Dude, she's auto-rotating. This thing is auto-gyroing. There's a difference between auto-rotation and auto-gyro. This thing is auto-gyroing quite well. I agree, Buck.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Bear. 7-month resub. What missions do you plan to send this on? Nothing. This was just the thing that I wanted to do for Wings Wednesday, man. I didn't necessarily build this for a mission, O-Force. But I made something that theoretically could do exactly what a K90 can do for, like, a third of the parts. And it's more capable. And it can hover. And it can land in the water. And it can take off in the water. And it can take off on a runway. This literally can do everything. Oh, Concord, please. Although, for the bigger version, I might do twin contra-rotating. Yeah, I might do that for for the bigger version of this. Can it auto-gyro on Mars? You ever look at the back of a $20 bill, Graph Shark? On Mars? What's going on there? I don't know, man! I don't know! Red team go! Red team go! How does it do with time warp? Not good. Yeah, that's the one Achilles heel of this thing. It doesn't fly very well. But if we locked the robotics out, should be okay. Maybe the wings need to rotate between 90 and 180 degrees. Nah, fixed wing. No. This isn't a V22, dude. It's supposed to auto gyro. Next step, make it SSTO. I mean, what payloads could you fit in this thing? T-Man, pretty much anything we could fit in the back of here will fly. Anything that you could fit in the cargo bay, it'll move. It can... We did a helicopter test with it. We picked up 72 tons. And we're able to move it and put it on top of the VAB. Now, I'm not sure what the range of that would be with, I'm not sure what the range would be with that type of capability, but... Like, holding 72 tons, I'm not sure how far it'll go, but... I don't think I could fit 72 tons of anything in here. Maybe you have a third propeller on the center. No, I don't need to do that, Lord Crazy. Yeah, two would do just fine. Three is needless complication. Am I stupid or is this something similar? It's auto-gyrating. Auto-gyroing. The Coanda effect kind of is like this, if I'm remembering right. Can you time warp while flying at altitude? I'm not sure. Let's test it. So that's at 2x speed. 2x speed seems okay, but the rotors are freaking out a little bit. It can do 3x, no problem. Yep. It can do 3 times, no problem. Nah, it's not really liking 3x either. 3x if you're in a rush, but 2 times, yeah, it's handling 2 times just fine. Did we pop any bearings out? Nope. Thermo bearings are holding strong. That's why that's such a breakthrough, guys. You see what we just did? That would have blown the other one to smithereens. The other one would be flying down onto the ground right now. Yeah, it sips fuel up here because the control surface is spinning. I didn't realize that you needed to pitch them back. I'm stupid. That was totally my fault, dudes. Yeah, I didn't understand autogyro correctly. But I don't understand it, but I do, but I don't. Because I put in the capability to do exactly what I'm talking about, and I just didn't do it. So listen to me, don't listen to me, but listen to me, but don't listen to me. Yes. Yeah, no. And now that I don't need to power the blades, this thing... Ooh, it doesn't like the higher pressure. It doesn't like going this fast. Would having an even number of blades on the helicopter make it less likely to lose synchronization? No. You know what, John? I'm a little busy right now. Ask the question some other time, please. Yeah, Rocket Guy really, really doesn't like going that fast. Yeah, we popped out the bearing. Gonna have to get it down onto the ground. Okay, re-enable the yaw control. Re-zero the rotors. Power them back on. I mean, if we strengthen up the bearing, Tessa, we could probably... Have I come across the K22? Somebody linked it already. I'm not sure if the K22 is exactly what I'm trying to... exactly what I'm trying to do. Let me land the helicopter. I'm trying to look at the behavior, fellas. Yeah, Maverick. Kind of looks like a B-47, right? Yeah, of course they can, quite. I put them in there because they're occluded. They're inside of a fairing, so they're not susceptible to aerodynamics. We got it up to 240, Doom. I hate how maneuverable this is. Oh yeah, and the crazy thing is that it's not the wheel authority. If anything, the SAS wheel authority is making it worse. It's damping out the controls. Stability assist is needed, but we don't need the torque on the front there. Okay, John, what was your question? KA-22 was the largest vehicle to auto-gyro, using it to take off on short runways, then helicopter mode in flight. Oh, so it's kind of the same idea. Somebody else linked it before you, Rocket Guy, and I was flying, so I didn't see it. So it looks like this isn't something that hasn't been tried before. Yeah, so there is something to this, but there's a reason why they didn't. There's a reason why they didn't keep doing it. Would having an even number of blades on the helicopter bits make it less likely to lose synchronization? That seems to be what everybody's saying. It won't. It's not that much of an improvement. It's the aerodynamics that are screwing with it more. The bearings and everything. The bearings popping in and out. That's what messes with it more than anything. Yeah, Raid, I think so. Yeah. Having a hold comparable in size to the Antonov AN-12. The AN-12 is about the size of a C-130. It's its counterpart. Interesting, Rocket Guy. Yeah. This is about the size of an Antonov 12. It's the Railroads Online OST, yep. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Rocket Guy, I mean, it's about the same size. This is about the size of a Kamov 22. I didn't realize that 22 was that big. That's cool. Yeah, the synchronizer. I agree, Tessa. Raid, I wanted to get in here and get, Purple. I wanted to get that control system, the auto rotation control system, figured out. Alright. Rotor power. And then we gotta go in here. and go to these things and put them in here under target angle. So as we throttle those engines up, but I don't want them necessarily to interact with each other. We had it at 5 before tests. I think it was 5 during those last tests. So you know what? I'll just keep it at 5. I don't agree with linking them. I don't think that's a good control mechanism. I think you're right. I can't believe I goofed up auto gyro that hard, guys. I apologize. I've been saying that for like a day and a half now. That no, Kerbal doesn't understand auto. No, it understands it just fine. I'm just an idiot. It's true. Shooting barn doors with a shotgun. What is your blade pitch? The blades, I have them set to pitch no more than like 5 degrees, Conquer. If they pitch more, it'll break this. I mean, we already started to see it break it a little bit. It'll break the bearing system. And I don't think we need more than 5, to be honest. Cool takeoff snapshot. What's that, Rocket Guy? Oh, actually, yeah, I want to see this. Dude. Whoa. Oh, that thing has propellers on the front. I see it. It has propellers up in the front. I didn't notice that. There's props right there. Oh, okay. And he's using 4 blades. Kemov used 4 blades. Damn it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kemov used 4 blades. It's the same idea. Yeah, Ivan. So that's what I mean. This idea, I figured that this idea had been tried at some point. Hey, Hokey gifted a sub to Supercraft. Okay, so let me see, Tessa. I want to test it again. I don't want to change too many things, dude. So that needs to be started in the disabled position. That is in the enabled position for helicopter mode. Yeah, Nighthound, that's what I'm wondering. Now, see, I see that. I'm like, oh, why aren't people doing this nowadays? There's a good reason. I don't know what the reason is. But I can't really... what I'm failing to understand is that, you know, stuff like the V22 is there. Stuff like the SB1 is around. So... why hasn't this been tried again? There's a reason. Avionics from the era weren't really there. Also, engine failure. Well, apparently only 4 were built initially, and then during heavy load cargo testing, one crashed, killing all 7 crew, and it was abandoned. Well, there's that problem. Trust me. Okay. Let's give it another shot. Hang on. One thing. I hate the holes in the wings. Okay. I don't like them. I don't like them. He doesn't like you. I don't like you either. Make one of them a US flag. Okie dokie. Not bad. I still can't believe I goofed up auto gyro that hard. Yeah. So the plus thing is that KSP can auto gyro rocket guy. That's nice. No, serious. the design was right in front of me. All I needed to do was add a couple of different things in here to get this thing to fly. Like, I already put the stuff in to get it to work correctly. And I was saying, like, oh, Kerbal wasn't working right. When in reality, all I really needed to do was, like, flick a button and the plane flies exactly how you would expect it to in real life. So, you know, there's that. Disable that. Enable the auto gyro controller. Set these boys to backwards. They are not on. Fire up the converters. I didn't do it right. Since when can KSP do auto gyros? Since EJ decided he didn't want to have a head made of wood and decided that it could work. To get something to auto gyro, you just gotta tilt the blades back. I was not doing that. And now that we are, it auto gyros just fine. Nice video about the K22 and bigger version K25, which is almost the same as your K92. Raid, yeah, I had a feeling, dude, that somebody had probably came up with this at some point. I just didn't realize, I just didn't think it'd be the... Yeah. That's big. That's a big mother... Hind. Look at that frickin' thing, man. That thing is huge. Oh. Yeah, I don't like that part. That part's... I mean, rockets, but... Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, absolutely. I know the video, Conquer, about the Rotodyne. Yeah. This thing, theoretically, would be less quiet than the Rotodyne. Skip forward to the K35. Oh. Is this a mustard video? It feels like a mustard video.
After it was super complex to build,
No, it's not a mustard video.
the government decided to pull the plug, and the Mi-6 went on in history to become one of the popular heavy helis of the
Ew.
Soviet Air Force.
Ew.
But this idea of a had one more design that
Yep, that's my design.
would be faster.
That's the same thing.
22.
Damn, dude, it looks exactly like it. Here, Found and Explained is the name of this video. I'll link it in chat so people can check it out. My design's better. Shut up.
Another crack with a project simply called the Karmov Kar 35D.
Car?
This version would be huge and was designed to work in tandem with the impressive AN-12. A big difference between the Kar 22 and this monster was its twin turbojet engines. This would increase its speed up to 550 kilometers per hour and its lifting capacity to over 20 tons. These engines would give it a range of around 800 kilometers, which would make it perfect for deploying troops, up to 100 of them, to remote locations from air bases. Models at the time even feature the aircraft taking on board SAMs or other lightly
Shut up, Supercraft.
tanks, so you know they meant business. For military use, they included a remote cannon on the nose, turning this into a literal gunship. Likely, had it gone ahead, there would have been a possibility.
I'm wondering if the blades are powered from the rotors, because in every other design, the Rotodyne, the Kamov 22, in every other design, the rotors have a separate engine. I don't want that. I want this powering everything. That's the difference. If I was going to build a real one, that's how I would do it. Cuatro. Silencio, cabron. Shh. Dingleberry. No! No me tu madre. Shh. I mean, she's a nice lady. I will find you. Okay, so I'm gonna get the blade spinning a little bit, right? Okay, yaw controller is locked out. Auto gyro is set backwards. Motors do not have power. All right, fire up the engines. Can making the rotors electric work? Sure. But is a couple of drive shafts that go out to here? Is a couple of drive shafts that go out to here lighter than an electric motor and all the batteries that you need to make that work? I don't know. I would say that the mechanical connection is probably better, but I don't know for sure. So those blades, the helicopter blades, are unpowered. Let's see what she does. Yeah. What about no batteries in a turbo electric drive? It's possible. See, it's a hybrid airplane. I don't see why that wouldn't work, Synerd.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So, Raid, what did you want me to do with this thing? Thank you for being here, man. Keep up the epic work. Yeah, no problem, Viscus. Thanks for watching, guys. Yeah, the auto rotation is working just fine, or the auto gyro is working just fine. Your helicopter should have 4 blades. Oh, don't speak weeb to me. Paid comment? Serious? For Viscus to say, yeah, he paid for the sub. Try landing it with the engines off and in auto rotation mode only. Guys, I think disabling the pitch control on these things, or enabling the pitch control on these things was causing the vibrations, because I disabled pitch control on the rotors and now it's flying just fine. It shouldn't be able to stall as long as you have some forward speed. Alright, Raid. Alright, engine failure. I shut the engines off. With what I'm about to do, Sirius, you are definitely not free to go about the cabin. Raid, the only way this goes south is if these blades hit RPM limit, and I don't think that's going to happen. Because, yeah, we should be able to auto-rotate down. So the engines are still off, guys. Nothing is powered. No thrust, no nothing. And as we slow down and gravity starts to push us down, the RPM is going to go up on these things. Wow. That's impressive, dude. And then, if we do this right, we should just be able to... Holy balls, it freaking works! No way! That was awesome! It worked! What the frick? Hello? Hello? Yes, this is Dog? Raid, this thing is baller, dude. That's so cool. Gas it. Watch. Ready? We should be able to take off like around 30 meters a second. Ready? Downward and... Oh, so this can also short take off and land. Whatever. No, your sub the moon ran out, Sirius, and we can't have you not being mean in here, right? Can't have that. Well, Pythos, this idea has been tried already. The thing about mine is that one engine should be powering everything. Like how a Harrier has one engine and 4 exhaust vents, you know? Like, mine's a little bit different than the KA-35 and how I envisioned it, but... Worth every drop of sweat, Potato. Why do you hate me? What did I do to you? Yeah, whatever we did just now, it didn't work. Oh, hey, they're still alive. Come on. Come on. How's that for a bailout? To be fair, a Harrier has a TWR of +1 off of one engine. Yeah, well, yeah, it has to. Anything that hovers has to be able to generate. Yeah, of course. Load test? I'd have to work on the interior. See if we can load cargo into it or something. You can get rid of that. I wish there was an easy way to be able to swap these cow controllers. And also, another thing that that I would like to see is that if we go into the auto gyro, what if I went here, right? We plussed in a point, or maybe at like 4 seconds. If I put a deactivate pitch control right there and plus that point in, and then go over here, and then we did an activate pitch control, and then we put that right there. We put that at 2.6, right? And then this one at 4. And then over here, I'm wondering if that's going to work. I'm wondering if we can deactivate and activate the pitch controllers. If I can lock them out with the auto gyro controller, that would be really cool. I think that'll work. And you know what I would like is a master cal controller. I'm wondering, can we put a master cal controller over here and then set this as flight mode, and then give me two lights. Light emission. No light emission. So, all right. Go here like this. Go to flight mode. Go to flight mode, click on the auto gyro. And enable command here. If that cal controller hits 5, it enables the right field. And then over here, we go over here, go back to the left, enable there. And then we're going to need to plus in disable controller. So that's disable the left controller. Over here, the left controller should disable on the right. Plus in a point right there. And then this controller, disable that controller, and then this controller should disable on the left. And then take the light, remove the light from symmetry, right? Go into flight mode. And then we got to do the same. Light on the left would be when the cal controller is going to the left. So that light turns on. And then we need to go over here and go light to the right, deactivate. Nope, that's the wrong light. There are 4 lights. That's the light on the right. Okay, so the light on the right. I really am annoyed that that rhymes. And then the one on the... Oh no, that was correct. So you, over here, turn light on. Over there. And then turn light off. Over there. Alright, so I should have a light on here that'll tell me what mode I'm in. And this cow controller, we should be able to switch it left and right. If it's in play position 1, helicopter mode is activated. Play position 2 is flight mode. There are 5 lights? No, there are 4. I feel like we're making a PCB right here. This is very primitive avionics. Am I wrong? Seems like we're making a PCB. One of your cows is upside down. Shut up. It's a little circuit board, Cake. Little circuit board. It's an avionics board. Basically. Moon subs are cringe. Hello, may I ask what is on your face? These are face winglets. Okay. The pain is in the last 5 seconds.
Get any more running. This is Pierre Gasly. Violent that was at the time. Fastest man in this session. But honestly, it's like Pierre Gasly has put Metallica's greatest hits, maybe Enter Sandman, as we're here in Bahrain.
It's bumpy. Thanks, Bergknopf. Your favorite Christmas meme? Nice. Alright. So pitch is enabled here. So if I play this controller, and it goes all the way to the right, it should enable the auto gyro controller, right? And then if I play the auto gyro controller, it locked the control surface. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, this is a very, very basic avionics package. Yeah, so see, watch. If I reverse the controller and we play, watch, the control surface should turn on. Click. Word. This is good, man. Yeah, Forge, we thought it was bumpy when we were playing Friday Night Racing the other day. Is this thing scalable, easily using the same rotors? Yes. Sile, basically what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get all the control systems figured out. These control systems, guys, will actually make it easier to fly. Like, way easier to fly. Already easier than it is. Yeah, this is just automating all the stuff, so I don't have to, like, right-click on the blade and say activate or deactivate pitch surfaces. If I wanted to auto-rotate, I could just hit a key. And then I also have a cal controller right here. This one should be set to 1. And playing this thing back and forth, I can flip the mode. We could flip it to plane mode, or we could flip it to helicopter mode. I should just be able to hit one key. It should flip back and forth. You can put the light strips outside so you can tell which mode you're in. Yeah, I put indicator lights right here. So if the left red light is on, we're in helicopter mode. Right light is plane, but we could put light strips up on the top so I could tell. Yeah. So it's missing flaps. The V-22 deploys full flaps on the wings and tail section when in hover or going into hover. Yeah, auto-gyroing basically means I don't need to do that. I can tilt the blades back and they can act like flaps, but I mean, I could put flaps on it. It would make it more capable. I'm just not sure where I'm going to put them. I don't really have a lot of space here. Last, can you show us how it flies? Of course. What is supposed to be happening here? You're confused. The two pistons. So one of the pistons, Flykin, is connected to the connecting rod, and then but it's also connected to the other piston on a seesaw. So when the piston goes up and down, the seesaw rocks back and forth. I don't know why you'd want to do that way, but whatever. It provides higher lift, if for nothing else. Yeah, I hear you, Bloody. Mm-hmm. I don't know why you'd do that, Flykin. With those outer pistons that aren't directly connected to the crankshaft, you'd be losing power. Because some of the piston would be used to make that seesaw go back and forth. Yeah, that's not really... Unless I'm missing something. Well, Jim, I'm not going to sit here and say that this thing wouldn't be super loud as well. This thing would make a lot of noise, dude. It'd make about as much as a Chinook. Alright. I think I got my control systems implemented correctly. I think. I think. Yes? If this was KRPC, or if we had KRPC installed, I could just do this with software and then just put the computer in there and then just code everything out. That actually would be a good idea. Nah, doing it with Cal controllers is fun because we can. No code required. I'd prefer KRPC because it's a real language buck. It's using Python. But, yeah, here, ready? Okay. So... Okay. That's plane mode. So plane mode should have those disabled. Oh, no, it shouldn't. The right Cal controller should be enabled. Left Cal controller should be disabled. It is. Right Cal controller is enabled. We need to set our auto gyro to 5. And if we set it to 5... Oh, we gotta play. Hold on, you have to play the controller. Pitch should be locked out. Pitch is locked out. Does collective still work? Collective is still working. Okay, that works. Shut off probe core torque. We don't need that. Reaction wheel is disabled. We are in plane mode. The yaw actuator is locked out. Collective is in the zeroed position. Close up the rear lift gate. Brakes off. Engines on. Something has gone very wrong here, and we're about to crash. Something went wrong with the control systems. I couldn't control it, guys. I was trying to put everything, the thing just flipped over. I don't know if we popped the bearing out or something. Yeah, it was looking good, Dukas. This is a high def EJ? Yeah. They are dead. You killed them. It's just a simulation. What did I miss? What is that rocket guy? Oh, that thing. Yeah, that would be really cool. Well, are you more high def than usual? No. I do, because I switched to 1080p along... Is it 1080p? Or is it 720 to 60? I forget, dude. But yeah, I switched the camera and the lighting up a little while ago. We're in 1080? Oh, wow. So if I do this, you can see it. Doesn't screw up the artifacting or anything. Moon 2 typers. Serious is like, yes. Streamer, I am very smart. May I say that the American flag is a bit too much? No. You know what? You know what? You did this. This is your own fault. Leop, you did this. It's never gonna be enough. Great, now he's gonna cover it in him. Look at all this freedom. Look at all, oh, it's everywhere. Fine, let's make it great again. Hey. Just because I like my flag doesn't mean... Dick. I'm disappointed in you. USA flag on a Soviet K-35. Shut up! Shut up! It's cool! See, JP knows. It wasn't great, it was always great. You're damn right, Tiny Tank. "13 of your states used to belong to my country, but even I want to see the stars and stripes up there, bud. As long as you admit that the T belongs in the harbor, we are good. T, harbor. Or at least give me T in bodies of water, right? Doesn't matter if it's a cup or the ocean. Just... That's a no-go, sir? Yeah, alright. Well, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Alright. That's a negative Ghost Rider. Yaw control is activated. Alright, flip it back over. Okay, we flipped back over to plane mode control systems here. Oh yeah, that's right. You gotta play the cow controller. Pitch control is locked out. Let's try this again. Collective up. My dark leaf water is precious. Thanks, S. Well, it worked that time. Oh, it did it again, whatever that was. It did not like that. Switch control modes. Okay. Yep, I think I just made a diamond. There is brown in my pants. V20, yeah, V22 all over again. Rocket Guy, I went on a little spiel at the beginning of this about why I'm trying to build this plane and stuff. And I was telling people, most of the V22's problems stem from the control systems. It's hard to control because you need to have one set of controls that's helicopter controls and the same set of controls that's also plane controls. So it gets to be a little bit on the difficult side. We don't have pitch control. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I mean, it's a controls nightmare. And like the crazy thing about it, dude, is that they were doing that with the V22. They were doing that with the V22 in, like, the 90s. Alright, I see what I needed to do. I spotted the error in the control systems. I tried to design too much capability into this. Yeah, okay. I saw the problem that I had. No, Tessa, I'll show you. I'll show you what it needs to do. Okay? So the auto gyro controller, okay? The auto gyro controller, I built in capability for the auto gyro to be able to go forward or back. It could go, if we enable the controller, it could tilt the engines forward or it could tilt the engines back. It's just an added capability, right? But you don't want that capability. You do not want this when you're flying. It'll make the plane nose down. Well, no. Yeah, it will make the plane nose down. That'll make it nose up, right? So what I really need to do here is we need to take that deactivate right there, get rid of it, and then we need to take this. We need to get rid of that, and then the pitch controller needs to be over there, and then the deactivation controller needs to be over there. And then for this one, it needs to be reversed of that. So that one, or no, it's the same thing. So it needs to be copied. So copy this and put that there, and then copy this one and put that there. It doesn't need to be inverse. Up here, what we need to do is I need to set that as 0. We need to set it as 0, and then we need to minus out those 2 points. So this goes from 0 to 0 to 8 is what we have it set to. 8 is fine. And I need to remove the pitch forward capability and either add it to a separate system that's not associated with this one, or yeah, just not have that capability. So now these should go from 0 there. And so what we do now we need to go into my master sequencer right here, flight mode, open the editor. Other things I need to do here while I'm there is take that and set that to 0, right? Okay, so flight mode. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, okay. It's going to enable the controller. And then what I also needed to do when it gets over here is to play. Toggle the play on the controller. Move that all the way up to the top. We need to activate that controller, and that controller will move the auto gyros into position automatically. I'm going to set enable to like 0.8 right there, right? And then turn the controller on, or play the controller at 1, right? And then And then over here, for disabling the controller, I need to No. We don't need this. We need play sequence, not toggle. Play sequence. Plus that in right there. Okay. So that's going to enable it and then play the sequencer in the forward position. And then down here, we need to put a directional reverser in. So I need to reverse direction, toggle direction, and take the toggle direction, plus that in, and put it at 2.5, or not 2.5, put it at 0.5. Right? Put that at 0.5. And then I need oh man. Hey Ishiku, glad to see you back on KSP. While you're here in the editor, turn off the cockpit torque and set it to SAS only. Okay, will do. There we go. Done. So I needed to enable it and play it, and then we need a directional toggle over here, right? And then we need another play sequence post. We need another play sequencer right here. I think that'll make that work. Oh, okay. I think I can delete that second play sequencer because we can just reverse it. Get the main controller up here, right? Reversing this should reverse that controller. I like this better when I was controlling it manually. Alright, so...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I screwed something up here. It's not reversing the cow controller. Toggle the direction. Phoenix, today I learned I have a blowed head gasket on my truck, so now I have to drive on a bleeding out truck till June when I can finally afford this new car I'm trying to get. You can fix a head gasket, dude. It's just a lot of work. You can do it, man. Alright, get rid of that for a moment. So, when we play this controller, when we play flight mode, right? If we play this, it should lock out the yaw actuator, and it should enable the auto gyro mode. Okay, so auto gyro is enabled. Now, it should have played the sequence, but in reverse, but it didn't. You have different play speeds. I know. It disables, so right now, light on the right is on. So we're in auto gyro mode. So that means these should be tilted back at 5 degrees. I see what you're saying, Buck. If I set this to 2 seconds, and then I set the auto gyro to 1 second, that should do it. Well, actually, no. 4 seconds to change flight mode. Right? And then put that at 3. That should get this to work. Enable the controller, play the sequence, and then down here, that should... I should, if I can. We don't need to think about... Dude, I got it. I don't want to think about doing Space News right now. Space News has been annoying lately, so I just want to work on this. Okie dokie. Phoenix, just too much Rule 8 stuff with Space News. Everybody wants to know the relationship, how the relationship has changed on the ISS, and I just don't really feel like talking about it. That's very strange. Can you use that cow controller to reverse play the direction on the other controller? I think that's what I might need to do. We need to... in the flight mode, right? So when flight mode starts over here, we go to helicopter mode. It enables the auto gyro control, right? Auto gyro gets enabled. But it also needs to play it. So it did, right? If we set that position, set that to forward, these should tilt back. Okay. Cool. Now it's got to reverse itself. So if I set this to reverse, we need a directional change, right? So go in here, go into flight mode, click on that cow controller, and direction change, right? That's the directional change. Now, if I plus in a point right there, .5, change the direction, and then it'll move to the disabled controller. So switch flight mode back over here, switch auto gyro to the zeroed position. Let's see, ready? Play. Yeah, it's going to switch every time it passes, Buck, which I might need to set the directional control on both of those to the toggle button. So toggle direction, get out of here. And then if we go into action group 0, I need to select my auto gyro controller and then toggle direction for that one. As long as the controllers for the auto gyro are in sync, we should be fine. And I can test that right now. So, flight mode. Alright, re-zero that. Auto gyro controller is off. Alright, so set that to forward. That's on forward. Play it. And it'll tilt the rotors back. Okay. If I reverse the direction here, and we need to reverse the direction here, but that needs to be set to 3, so it has time to shut those off before it disables the controller. Right? So now, both of them are reversed. Play. Bingo. Got it. Yeah, double directional toggle. That'll do it. Alright, let's fly. Got it. Yeah, Jack, SLS is pretty awesome, isn't it, dude? It's pretty cool, huh? When all those high bays retract, man, and when it rolls, it's gonna be amazing. I tried to get press access, dude. NASA hasn't gotten back to me yet. We'll see what happens. Dude, even if I get press access for SLS like the day before it happens, I will cannonball in my car. No fricks given. Did I manage to show up on a rare occasion of EJ fly? Alright, let's do this. Lock the bearings into position. Ready? Okay, we're in plane mode. Good. Done. Hey, Whitney. What's going on? Wait for the light to switch. She's in plane mode. Throttle up the engines. Close the ramp. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hey, Lana, what's up, dude? Is your t-shirt from ULA? Yep, they gave this to me when I was down there one time. I love it. It's an awesome shirt. Why did it reset? Yeah, Raid, I don't have an answer for you on that one. Throttling? What the hell? Oh. I found it. Yeah. Okay. It was a leftover from a different control system that I had installed. Anyway. Well, that's not all right. Can you set a specific play position with an action group? Not 100% sure on that, dude. Alright, ready? So my helicopter blades are not powered. They're not powered. No power to them. Gas it. Watch. Ready? Well, that didn't suck. That was really cool. We got the auto gyro to work. Oh, the control systems work. See? Right light on. We're in plane mode. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I have to change the deflection on the elevators. So the blades aren't powered, guys. They're my wings right now. They're acting as my wings and my ailerons. I'm using the cyclic control on these for ailerons. For aileron. God damn it. You didn't hear nothing. Now go into helicopter mode. Okay. So shut the throttle. And then left light should come on. Okay. Power up the rotors. Rotors are on power. We're good. She's good, Buck. Flies just fine. Your Boston is showing, sorry. Frickin' ailerons guy. Ailerons. Shut up. Shut up, I don't talk like that. Yeah, she's fine. Everything is good. And we could power the we could power it so the master cal controller will throttle the engines for you. Or just at least set them to a certain spot, but yeah. So, for the people that are just showing up, like Whitney, if you give a frick about this, I automated the systems that can make this thing fly like an airplane or a helicopter. Alright, so basically what you need to do, spool the engine, lathe flying capable. It probably could fly on lathe, no problem. take away the rotor power, toggle flight modes. These things should tilt back. They tilted back into auto rotation mode, and now we just fly. We set the collective pitch down. Now it flies just fine. Excellent. Perfect. Speed test? Alright, we'll do a speed test out to the island, okay?
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle.
Maggie. Maggie, we got auto gyroing to work. And auto rotation. Turns out I'm an idiot, and to get this to work right, you need your helicopter blades to collective pitch down, but you also need to tilt the rotors back. If you tilt the rotors back, it gyros like crazy. We knew you were an idiot. Yeah, I know. What about warp? We got it to 3 times, and then it popped the bearings out, but yeah. Yeah, look at the left blade. Left blade's freaking out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm gonna set these to 5 and not 8, and see if that makes it not freak out as much. Hey Vulcan, what's up, dude? 27-month resub. Can it be modified to land on water? Modified? Modified? Chief. Modified? No, it doesn't need to be modified. It can land on water right now. How about our big orange friend out there today? I tell you, that was pretty good, man. So, throttle these out, key in some power on the helicopter engines, and then check this out. Ready? Boop. Left light on. Now she's in helicopter mode. I automated the flight control system to be able to switch modes. Yeah, Vulcan, this thing's neat, man. It's a really cool plane. Well, if you want to call it that. It's like a jet-assisted Osprey. It's an auto gyro. Yeah, big auto gyro. So, it's got these little dinky wings, Vulcan, right? Like those little that diamond-shaped wing, like the two triangles, right? And that's good. Those wings are okay. Right? Doesn't need them. It doesn't need them. I can take them off. The only reason I put them on there is because it needs fuel. The propellers are the wings. We could go for a Euro right now? Yeah, we all could, man. I was just testing something. You think it could fit on the deck of the carrier? Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, of course it could fit on the carrier. Ernok, this thing's about as big as a C-130. They want to make a more modern stealth version of the Warthog that's faster and has an improved minigun. Well, I don't hate that. Okay, here's what we do. It didn't take. Something's really wrong. System didn't take. It did not switch into flight mode. Well, at least the crew's alright. Something went wrong with the control systems there, fellas. It didn't take. I switched it into flight mode, and it stayed in helicopter mode, and the engines went full blast. Yeah, crew's safe. Yeah, they're on the top, so they got a lot of airplane between them and the ground if something bad happens. Interesting. I'm not sure why it didn't change there. I must have screwed with a setting or something. I don't know why the control systems didn't change. They should have changed. It's loading, Jim. That's right. Let's try it again. See what we can do. The second stabilization arm is being removed from the quick disconnect. Oof. Okay, we're up in the air. Alright, let's get some forward momentum. Lock the SAS in. Switch to flight mode. Okay, it flipped that time. But we're gonna crash anyway. Yeah, okay. Yeah, don't do that when you're near the ground. Yeah, don't do that when you're near the ground. That's the lesson to learn. This thing is too fun to be warping around anyways. Yeah. Interesting. Maybe I should have the auto gyro controller mess with the collective. What's that saying about altitude, power, and time again? Yeah. Pick two? No. Yeah, Genesis. It's a beast. It's a beast. Okay. Gotta remove that stupid thing. Alright, switch to flight mode. Gear up. Collective down when the rotors tilt back. Bingo. Now, take the rotor power away. Done. The deflection on the rear stabilizers need to go higher. Yeah, Raid, we gotta fix the throttle controller and fix the deflection on the elevators. Otherwise, she works just fine. I also don't think these need to be back at 8. In fact, I'm going to set them both to 5. Can you do another auto-rotation landing? Everyone loves a slinky. You gotta get a slinky. Slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go! Can you do another auto-rotation landing? Those are so cool. Sure. No power to the engines, and we're off. All right. Can you modify the blades on the fly like Transformer? Wait, what? We need more speed. So the more airspeed we lose, the more more RPM should go up. Yep. Because gravity is forcing us down and the rotor blades don't want to go down. And now that should be enough to just give us a nice positive collective and oop. Oh boy. We're dead. Didn't do it. All right. Ow. I was going forward too fast, Raid. Nice, this is fine. The Kerbals are still standing. Now we learned a lesson of helicopters that they're all thirsty for blood. It's true. Just not go forward fast. Any landing you can walk away from, indeed. Thanks, JY. Halo! 9-month resub. Alright. Helicopters have a glide ratio 1-to-1. For every meter of upward flight, it has to drop a meter. What tactical all-terrain vehicles dropping out of this? I gotta give it a floor. I haven't even bothered to put a floor in the damn thing. Floors, where we're going, we don't need floors. Ha. 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 That's almost the perfect size right there. These things just don't weigh as much as the panels. That's why I'm doing it. That's why we're using flags for the floor. Because you can make flag panels now. That was one of the last things that they added. They let me do it. Yeah, that was the point, Yoshi. That's why I did what I did, man. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Really am glad. Phoenix, actually speaking of, if I were to get a Tesla, how old is viable? I'm afraid of getting an older one because they've had manufacturing issues. I don't have to worry about the newer, more experienced company. Well, why do you need an electric vehicle, Phoenix? That's the real question. Why do you need an electric vehicle? Or why do you think you need an electric vehicle, I should say? Here you go, friend. What's that, Jason? Because gas makes your wallet want to catch on fire. Yeah, I understand that. That's fine. Okay, let's do some basic math out here, alright? You're gonna buy a Tesla. How much is a Tesla? Model 3s, 40, 50 grand, right? And don't get me wrong, Teslas are great. You won't have to pay, you don't have to pay for gas. Your utility bill's gonna go up. But if you have the subscription service, then you can fast charge, right? Is that a fair assessment? The subscription service is probably not gonna be as much as your utility bill. Am I in the right ballpark here? If you use the fast chargers as opposed to charging at home, right? Fast chargers go faster. They take a little bit more time than a tank of gas, but you have to have a subscription for it, and if you pay for that subscription service, it's way faster and your utility bill doesn't go up, right? So how far are you in? 50 G's plus, I don't know, the subscription service, however expensive that is. And then any other things that you need to do with that Tesla, get it to work, software updates, subscription, whatever. Let's just say you're in like 55 grand, right? You're in like 55 G's. Okay? Now, let's say you bought a gasoline car, all right? Gas is like $4 a gallon, right? For the Europeans, that's like, I don't know, like a 1.2 euros per liter or something. It's not too bad. It's not as bad as you guys, but so gas is like $4 a gallon, dude, right? But you can buy a gasoline car for like $1,000 if you know where to look. I bought Tough Enough for $500. The Coronet, $1,400. You telling me over the life of that car, you're gonna spend another 50 G's on gasoline? Not a chance. Gas would need to be like $15 a gallon for it to even be comparable. So from a straight monetary perspective, electric cars make no sense. Now, but that's not the reason people buy electric cars now, is it? People buy it because carbon emissions, etc., right? But not everybody has the money to fork over 50 G's for a Tesla. Am I right? See what I'm talking about? Laughs at inflation. Used cars are expensive right now. I see your point, but I disagree with it partially. Why? What, do you disagree with math? I'm confused. What's the part you disagree with, Yoshi? I'm confused. I'm a little interested. No, the comparison is off. In what way? Doesn't feel like a proper comparison. Luxury versus the cheapest you can get. You're comparing a better car with a $14,000 car. Yeah, but okay. So what's a comparable electric car to my truck? My $500 25-year-old car. If you can tell me a comparable electric car, yeah, then yeah, but what's comparable? See what I'm talking about, dude? So a Nissan Leaf, okay. Because nothing is as featureless as your truck. Ow. Conversion kit of some time. That's why I said partially. Okay. Yoshi, my entire thing is predicated off of the fact that nobody wants a Nissan Leaf. Not even Leaf owners. Nobody wants a Nissan Leaf. Or whatever other electric car. The best electric car, best bang for your buck, right? Is a Model 3, right? No one wants a Nissan Leaf. Leave the Nissan alone. Yeah, DeLorean, I think the analogy holds up just fine. Because there's not really a better solution right now than buying a new Tesla if Phoenix Soul is worried about reliability. You're not going to buy a Nissan Leaf for that. Nissan Leaf can't do what my truck can do, believe it or not. My truck that gets 15 miles to the gallon. You can't do the same thing. And it's more expensive. Look, fellas. I'm all for, your electric cars in the future, carbon emissions. I'm all for that, absolutely. Right now, it doesn't make sense. This doesn't make economic sense. And everything is expensive nowadays, so you should go with the thing that's not expensive. It's a short-term solution, fellas. Truckla, now we're talking. Just crate swap it then. That's the 5-head solution. EV swap stuff. Then you do it for cheap. Then the analogy doesn't even make sense. But yeah, Phoenix, consider it, dude. Like, do you want to... So, everything is more expensive now. Gas is more expensive now. Do you want to go into debt right now and buy a Tesla? See what I'm talking about? Oh, of course, Jason. Yeah. But Phoenix was talking about commuting, am I right? Nothing cheaper than the vehicle you already have. I'm still going to get the Lightning. Lightning's a great truck. You could go plug-in hybrid. You could do something. You don't want to fork over for a new electric car. No. If you go into debt, don't do that. I agree with that. Yeah, now's not the time to do that. So, Yoshi, if someone needs quick A to B transport, go buy a frickin' Ford Ranger or something. You'll get 30 miles to the gallon. It's a piece of junk. There's a lot of parts for them. And you're never going to go 50 G's into debt. Even with $4 a gallon gas prices. It still doesn't make sense. But, once again, it's not... I get the comparison of, my truck versus a Tesla. Tesla's an infinitely nicer car. I mean, personally, I like my truck, but... Corolla is eternal. Yeah, even a Corolla, a good Corolla from the 90s, those things, you can run them into the ground. 300,000 miles, no problem. That still makes more sense than buying a Tesla. But once again, people don't buy Teslas. They don't buy Teslas because it makes financial sense. They buy Teslas to save the environment, right? That's the reason. To lower your carbon emissions. And I agree with that, and I understand that. Electric car hasn't gotten to the point where you can go buy one for $500. You can do that in the States. See what I'm talking about? Called the Ford Junk? What timeline is this? $4 a gallon. It's $4 a gallon here, Yarg. I don't want to know what your price is, dude. To be honest with everyone here, I'm a holder of 100,000 Tesla stock. But you should estimate what you can need and buy. Yeah. Yoshi, I think everybody thinks oh, I gotta buy a Tesla. Boom, $50,000 worth of debt right there. You're not, I mean, You know, that's great if you want to save the environment, dude, right? That's fine. You want to save the environment? You have 50 G's lying around to buy one, go and do it. Absolutely. You'd be stupid not to. But not everybody has 50 G's lying around, am I right? I mean, and yeah, right now, 50 G's is not even that bad. That's how expensive everything is. Yeah, Desanctified, I'm with you on that one. I actually care more about autopilot. Autopilot is where Tesla's going to make... That's the bread and butter, dude. The fact that Elon Musk figured out a way to make a car's price appreciate over time is ridiculous. I don't know how the heck... I don't know how they manage that. Well, I do, but it's... It's like guaranteed appreciation, too, which is pretty freaking cool. And for what it's worth, Yoshi, I have stock in Tesla as well. Of course. Duh. I bought in, like, halfway through the spike, though, which kind of made some money, dude. Night, Sun Temple. I'll see you later, buddy. But yeah, no, I'm with you. Phoenix, like, with what you're doing, dude, you don't want to go too crazy like that. You'd be better off just buying a junk or fixing yours right now because cars are expensive. You want to go buy another car that's comparable to your car, dude. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. It's literally cheaper to fix your car right now than going and buying something that's comparable. Think about it, dude. It was not about stock. I will be the owner of a Model X. Oh, word. And Yoshi, I'm not knocking Tesla by any means. Elon Musk is a freaking man. I will vehemently support Tesla and SpaceX. No bull crap. They forgot to mention that people don't realize when your warranty ends, it costs more to fix an electric car than a new gas car. Well, DeLorean, you're right. That's the overarching point that I'm trying to get at, fellas. The overarching point I'm trying to get at is electric cars, even now, are still too new. They could be comparable with a gasoline car in performance, but not with price. Performance was the first, and once again, I'm not saying that electric cars are a fad or anything stupid like that. We should probably use those, so I can use more gasoline racing cars on the weekends. Am I right? Just like the horse. Everybody used the horse. And now people use horses for fun. Like equestrian. Or, because they like it, right? That's fine. Right? I don't think we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that the electric technology even now needs to get more mature. You need to flood the market with Teslas. And Elon knows that, and that's why he does it. You need to build more of them. More. Economy of scale is going to win that. Because eventually... If we had made as many electric cars right now as we did gas cars, so like let's take my pickup truck again for instance. My old Ford, it was a '97 F-250. They made 800,000 of those things. 800,000. I don't think there's even that many Teslas in the world right now. Right? But say there was. Say that year Tesla made 800,000 Model 3s, right? Then it's comparable in price because they made a lot of them. And they still make a lot of them, right? The only reason why the gas cars still make sense, even with $4 a gallon, is because there's more of them. That's it. That's the only reason. Right? That if we had as many electric cars as we did gas cars, the electric car would make sense every day of the week. It would be way cheaper to operate than a gasoline car. Absolutely. And I'm saying this as somebody that's a muscle car nutcase. I love muscle cars. I love my V8s. I love it. Like, dude, that's just basic economics. Yeah, pretty much, Yoshi. Yeah, right? This isn't an actual number, but my assumption is to get my car back to the state I want a vehicle in, it would be about 5 to 10K. This truck has a lot of issues. It has 300,000 miles into it. Go look at prices of trucks that are comparable. Go look at prices of trucks that the condition you want in. I guarantee you it's more than 10K, Phoenix. Guaranteed. Price of used cars shot through the roof because of the chip shortage, and it's still high. And yes, I do watch car prices all the time because I'm a loser. Like, trust me, these colors don't lie. Look at this. Look at this Sunbird right there, man. Since 2009, Tesla's produced a total of 1.91 million vehicles. Okay, Jack, it's still not enough. Still not enough. They don't get anywhere near what a legacy automaker makes. Not even close. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that they won't, and I'm not saying that they aren't going to do that. It's just a matter of time. Elon's a patient dude. He's a patient dude. From everything that I've seen, very patient guy. It'll happen. Oh yeah, it's absolutely gonna happen. Soon, exactly. Soon, man. Elon's the guy behind the tree going. Right? Maybe you can be interested in the EU database of prices by EV. Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, but like I said, capability and price are mismatched. Now they've already lowered the capability thing. A Tesla is just as good as a car as a gas car in the city. Like Jason said, just as good. I live in the city. There's Teslas everywhere. Like I see more Teslas than I do Priuses, and you know what? That makes me really happy. That makes me really happy, dude. It's so bad. I'm not sure whether I should be happy about that. Makes me really happy. Screw that. No, that's great. Now they just got to come down on price, and that's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time, dude. Nothing can stop what is coming. I'd love if you dug into Tesla with actual numbers on stream, just as educational stream. Yeah, no pre-opinion. I mean, Yoshi, I tried as best as I can to say the analogy, like, because I've thought about this, because how would I be able to think of that off the cuff, right? I've thought about this stuff, just in case I get asked questions like this. I'd like to think that what my original spiel was good enough. I mean, there is some incongruencies there, but we modified it already. I already modified the spiel by saying that pricing performance need to be in line with a gasoline car. It's not just performance, it's not just price. They both do. Because if you find an electric car that is the same price as a gasoline car right now, it's not going to be as good. But if you compare prices, so a $50,000 gas car to a $50,000 Tesla, it's comparable, right? So it's more about price versus performance right there than what I said. But yeah, I mean, if you don't have money, then the point's moot. Buying a gas car is the right move, right? Dude, I try to be super well-rounded with this stuff because there's so many idiots out there that are like, Tesla electric cars are a fad. Huh? And then there's simultaneously on the other side of that argument, there's there's other people that are like, oh, everyone that drives a gas car should be taxed. My electric car is better than yours. So like, yeah, okay, all right, screw those people and screw those people. But both of them are contributing to the problem. You know what I mean? Got to think about it right down the center. The Prius is just a shoe, right? Yeah, they're both wrong in this analogy. They're both wrong. Yeah, gas cars are already taxed, right? And it's still cheaper. It's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Let's fly, shall we? I put a floor in this thing and maybe we'll start driving some trucks out the back of it. Alright. So, we're in helicopter mode now. Start the engines. Hang on a second, fellas. I saw something weird up here. I saw something weird happen with those propeller blades. Has the electric shoe been invented yet? Power laces, dude. It was invented in 2015. I got an idea just to make sure to check public transit isn't cheaper or faster. And, well, Lego... You know, one would say that that's whataboutism, right? Oh, well, you know, we're talking about cars. We're not talking about... The truth of the matter is that moving something from A to B, moving you from A to B, or your mom from A to B, like, your mom would be a lot less efficient. But it's all about application. Like, for you, you'd need a smart car. For your mom, you'd need a semi-truck, right? No, I'm not... Just being a jerk. The analogy holds. It's all about application. Engineering's about application. Logistics are about application. That's what matters. That's what matters the most. What's the most efficient way to get this sack of water from here over there? What's the easiest way? What's the most efficient way? What's the way that's not going to hurt your wallet? It's just engineering, dude. And the reason why I'm middle of the road on this is because physics don't lie. We can't deny physics. You can't deny like, I'm sorry, you can't. Like, you can, I mean, it's 2022. Somebody probably does, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it comes down to application. in some European cities, like if you live in London, you do not need a car. And if you did have one, you would get the crap taxed out of you. Right? It's not even worth it. Not worth it. Emotional damage. Right? Doesn't even make sense. Denies physics and discontinues existing. But yeah, man, it's all about finding a happy medium. But you got to understand what criteria to analyze, and that's why I always think it's funny, dude. I go on Twitter, I see people, saying this about electric cars, and I go on, you go on like Insta, and people are saying this about like, oh, my diesel truck is the best thing ever. Like, it's kind of alarming how these people have no idea what they're talking about. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, I don't really pay much mind, dude. I'm like, wow, these people have no idea what they're saying. There's two people arguing about a topic, and neither of them know what's going on. But they speak with such crazy conviction, like they think they know what's going on. It'd be like watching two 5-year-olds argue over nuclear physics. My nuke's better than yours. No, my nuke's better than yours. No, mine's in water. It's better than yours. What? You mean Twitter? Oh, too real, man. That got too real. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. You think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? Anyway. Let me save this real quick. My tiny car is better than your tiny car. I saw this thing kind of freak out here for a second when I started the motor up, and I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it, something, but because I did modify that blade to be in sync with the other blade. Is the K92 the small one or the big one? This is actually like a medium-sized Cantab. I started medium-sized. This is brilliant, but I like this. Yeah. Yeah, Bandit, you absolutely could. Steam electric hybrid? Sure, why not? It'd be great. Great for a train. One of the great challenges in life is knowing enough to think you're right, but not enough to know you're wrong. Bingo. Yeah, see, Greg. Yeah, NDT said that. He's right. It's called the Dunning-Kruger curve. When you first get introduced to a subject, you think you know everything about it. Like, after a certain amount of time, you're like, I'm an expert on everything. And that's where most people are at. Because most people look at things at face value, right? You look at things like face value. I see this all the time on Twitter with spaceflight. People think they know everything about spaceflight because they read one Ars Technica article, right? You don't know dick. You have no idea what you're talking about. And then they go on Twitter like they know what they're talking about, and they don't. Okay, it didn't do that time. See what I'm saying? But the thing about spaceflight is, and anybody that knows anything about spaceflight will tell you this, or aerospace engineering in general, no one's an expert. This stuff is so ridiculously complicated. No one could say like the shuttle could have been reliable, or the shuttle was reliable. They just didn't do that. Or the shuttle was unreliable, or the shuttle has a design flaw. Because if you speak with that definity about a very complicated engineering subject, you're reducing something down to a very, very simple binary thing. Like, oh, the shuttle was reliable, oh, the shuttle wasn't reliable. There's 1,000 different factors that, what's your criteria for reliability, right? What is that? What is reliable? What's your loss of crew probability? Oh, you didn't think about that. So how can you tell me that it could have been or couldn't have been reliable? Engineering is too complicated. You can't speak about it with conviction like that. Because if you do, it's immediately an out to show people that you have no idea what you're talking about. And take it, the only reason I know is because I've been on the tail end of this many times. And I eventually figured out to just shut the hell up. If I don't know something, say you don't know and go from there. And if I say something and chat says, no, you're wrong, okay, I'll figure it out and we'll go from there. Trust me on that one. I could say that Buran was a better shuttle, based off of what criteria? Thank you for proving my point. Reliability is based on original capable requirements. Yeah, thanks, Helfus, for doing exactly what I said people do all the time. I mean, if you want to reduce it to its base element like that, yeah, of course you can. It's original design requirements. So, are shuttle engines overly reliable because they perform at 109% of rated performance on a shuttle mission? See what I mean? Like, yeah, I guess. Not a consideration, but I just want to consume your knowledge. Hydrogen cars, didn't realize they were a thing until now. Hydrogen cars are okay, but just like a jet-powered car, it really comes down to application. Just like everything else, Phoenix. Hydrogen cars would be really good. Not necessarily... Okay, so hydrogen engines, right? If you had a hydrogen internal combustion engine, let's say that's our criteria here. You have a hydrogen internal combustion engine. Is it going to be more efficient than a hydrocarbon engine? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, duh. Way more efficient. Hydrogen engines, you'd be able to get like 70 miles to the gallon, just like you can with rocket engines. Rocket engines don't get miles per gallon. High specific impulse, high thrust, right? You could do that with a car engine, no problem. Hydrogen burns cooler and it burns way more efficient. Just like a rocket engine. Here's the thing about hydrogen internal combustion engines. Hydrogen internal combustion engines don't make sense comparatively to a gasoline or a diesel engine because hydrogen is harder to make. And if you're looking at it from an environmental standpoint, the amount of fossil fuels that you need to make liquid hydrogen will offset the efficiency gained from your car. So it's not as carbon efficient. Understand? But if we found some way to employ hydrogen fuel in mass, right, and had hydrogen internal combustion engines, you wouldn't have any carbon emissions because hydrogen burns everything. The only thing that would come out of the exhaust pipe is water, just like a shuttle engine. Same idea. Where hydrogen really makes sense is the fuel cells. The fuel cell, a hydrogen fuel cell, where basically you flow hydrogen through a catalyst and it makes heat, right? That makes sense, but even then, just like a jet engine, that really only makes sense for like a long trip. That's why airplanes have jet engines and trains have a diesel engine, for instance. They tried putting a jet engine in a train once. It didn't really work too well. It was very fuel inefficient because jet engines starting and stopping is the worst part for them, right? Now, personally, I disagree with that. Personally, I think turbine technology has advanced hard enough to where it wouldn't be an issue. But, so like a truck with a hydrogen fuel cell, great idea. A long-haul truck, right? 55 Hellfish. Yeah. But I don't think that's based off of engineering, dude. The shuttle wasn't reliable because NASA didn't choose to fully mature the technology and then started flying operational missions with a test dummy. Test dummy of an orbiter, not the people flying aboard. Hydrogen issue is not the production, it's the distribution and issues. It's the distribution issue. Oh, okay. So it's not the production, it's all the other things that we need to do. So it's the logistics, which require carbon emissions because hydrogen needs to stay cold. So it's not definitely, you're right, but it's not really much different than what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's almost like thermodynamics, Phoenix, is a real pain in the ass. Excuse my language. Hydrogen fuel cells make direct electric power. The heat is wasted in their case. Yeah, I didn't get that right, Alex. Thank you. Do you try to create IRL things here or have fun with your imagination? I have an SR-71, Yoshi. Usually Wings Wednesday builds in Kerbal are me making recreations of real-life planes. This one is my idea. The closest one is the KA-35, but... yeah, I like that Vulcan. That was a cool design. I just don't get what we don't have gas turbine hybrid vehicles. Turbine technology, can't employ it in mass like an internal combustion engine victory, that's the reason. No, turbines, you know good and well, turbines don't need to be maintained very well. As long as you have oil, you're good to go. And some turbos on cars don't even have that. It's a pain. You're you're never gonna get, you never get that work back. You never get the energy back, all right? Because with cars, with a car, you convert chemical energy to mechanical energy. And that mechanical energy is moving the mass around, right? And that converts the mechanical energy to kinetic energy, right? Well, technically mechanical works kinetic energy. But so you're converting it, right? And then you have stuff like rolling resistance because of gravity, right? So the car's tires are pushing in the ground, it causes friction, car slows down over time, right? And then you have aerodynamic drag. Aerodynamic drag for cars at high speed slow it down as well, right? You have all the, so that energy, the energy, that kinetic energy that was when you step on the gas gets dissipated because of rolling resistance and because of aerodynamics. You're never going to get out what you put in, ever, ever. Engineering is a pain in the butt, man. Because you use some gasoline and you converted that energy from you being here to you being here. No such thing as a free lunch. Bingo. Got practicals and accountability class. Gonna need to sleep. It was fun. All right, Alex. Au revoir. Something that might go hydrogen is piped gas. That's been talked about. Still possible. I mean, guys, here's the other thing about engineering. Nothing is impossible unless you're breaking the laws of physics. Could we have hydrogen internal combustion cars? Absolutely. Oh yeah. Could this thing exist in real life? Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Just money and scale. And scale requires money. Engineering is about minimizing losses, but losses are always there. There you go, Rocket Guy. Make yourself a bridge that barely stands up, right? And then there's this. What's that? Yeah. It's impossible, Lego. It's impossible with physics as we know it. Now, with practical physics. Alright, I'm going to go into flight mode here. Gas up the engines. Gear up. And Geeson, that's why I know. That's why I know. Because engineering is application-based. I know that it's never going to be all internal combustion engine cars. And it's never going to be all electric cars. It's going to be something in between. Because there's going to be some application somewhere where a diesel makes more sense than an electric car and vice versa. So there's people that are, and that's what I mean. Folks that are saying everyone should have an electric car. That doesn't make sense for everyone. Some places it makes no sense. Simultaneously, people that say electric cars are a fad, also, that makes no sense. It's always somewhere in between. Because engineering is about application. Always. Can you do a barrel roll? Let me get the plane up to speed, dude, and then we will. Ready? Alright. Convert it into flight mode. Flight mode conversion complete. Throttle up. Powering down the rotors. Biofuels, though, can be carbon neutral. Alright. Yeah, of course they can, Lego. Sure. Autogyros in this game work way too well. Yeah, they work very well, actually. Once I figured out if you wanted to get something to autogyro, you have to tilt the blades back. This thing flies amazing, dude. You know, I find it kind of funny that about a year or two ago, when I first wanted to look into another vehicle, I brought up the idea of this conversation in chat and got crapped on for saying I was looking into hybrids. And that it's more things that can break for less benefit than electric. I was interested to see people how change over time. Well, I said that, Phoenix, and that's true. It's true. Hybrid cars have more things that can fail. Absolutely. I'll say what I said then. Now, I remember this conversation. I said that. gasoline cars, dude. The gas car's still going to be expensive because less expensive because a lot of them. And hybrids are a pain in the butt. They can get expensive because hybrids aren't an electric vehicle and aren't a gasoline vehicle, but they're bad at being both of those things. Best part is no part, man. Electric or gas. But then again, I mean, it still comes down to application. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, if I tilt the blades 95, they spin without the rotors being powered. So if I get up to altitude, my fuel consumption will be lower than it already was. It depends on where the air is coming from, Lego. So if a helicopter is falling out of the sky, then it'll work because the air is going at the helicopter blades this way. For me, the air is going at them this way. It doesn't really work as well. If I tilt them, then when the blade is towards the back, it'll generate a ton of lift. No, Phoenix, you're good, man. This is the time where you need to transform routers. Rotors? What do I need to transform them to, Yoshi? The rotors are my wings right now. Turning them forward would make the plane do this. It would go into the ground, homie. Nice Photoshop, Epitoxin. Oh my god. I'm just happy they're using John Deere tractors, man. Boys got good taste in a tractor. Is this an auto gyro? Yep. You got it, buddy. See you last puss. I think I may already talked to you about this, but by altering the application to something, could you achieve 100% efficiency on it technically? No. Yeah, JuiceBot, that's true. Like 3 blades into one, an extension of the wings, transformers. Oh, I mean, I suppose. But that's a lot of extra rotating mass for these rotors. The rotors won't work as well. You're increasing moment. Increasing moment decreases RPM. The MOI on these, if I made the blades longer, would make the RPMs go down. Think a figure skater, Yoshi. Like a figure skater's doing this, and then they pull their arms in and they start spinning really, really fast. Where does that come from? It comes from a decrease of moment of inertia. You're increasing RPM. So if I add more blades to make the blades like longer or something, the RPM would go down. And I'm not sure that I think that would mean that the engines need to work more. Have you tried an auto gyro landing? I have. I did it once, 95. The second time I tried it, didn't work. I achieve 100% efficiency on my PCV because I also use it as a space heater. Me too. Mechanical work is always a subtraction equation. It's never addition. Because if you want to move something over there, you need to take something away. It's not that simple, but that's the idea. It will perform better with 4 blades on each rotor. Yep. You're not wrong. So right now, those helicopter blades aren't powered. They're just rotating. See? Also, how well are those damn bearings working? Guys, man, did we get that right, huh? Oh, yeah. Like, oh, sure. Gyros are like the auto gyros are like the martial arts of aeronautics. Yeah. I'm just seeing how she performs up here in our fuel consumption. Fuel consumption is next to nothing. I want to check our fuel consumption up here, guys, and then I'll try to do an auto rotation landing. This is kind of like a Rotodyne, Brendano. It's kind of like it. Are the blades synced up? Oh, they're close. Not bad. What would cause them to desync? Think about it, Kiosk. What do you think? What would cause those to not spin at the same RPM? Because going straight, they're spinning at the same RPM. Right? They're both spinning at very similar RPM. Pretty much, Tweets, yeah. Alright, the game does simulate that, huh? Well, no, I'm asking you. Turning. Turning will desync the RPM. Because one blade is going faster, technically, than the other because we're turning around a radius. One blade has a higher radius from pivot point than the other one because one's on the right, one's on the left. So one's getting more airflow than the other. That desyncs them. This is why helicopters have synchronizers in them. In real life, like on a V-22, both of the engines have an axle that goes out and they connect in the center. They connect to a synchro. And they make sure that each engine is spinning at the exact same RPM. Because if one isn't, the thing will go whoop. And Chinook does the same thing. Chinook with the two rotors, front and rear, if those desync, the thing will rip itself in half. True story. Go watch a Chinook with rotor desync. They put one on a test stand one time and desynced the rotors on purpose. The thing ripped itself in half. Really cool physics going on. Sucks that they tanked a Chinook like that, but hey, whatever. See last if you want to chuckle, always. Yeah, green, right? Yes, works, right? Could you use servo motors to have synced helicopter blades? Not much point unless you have intermeshing rotors, but still. I'm not sure, Cantab. If I could sync the rotors, that would probably be the last problem to fix with this thing. But Chinook rotors are linked by a shaft. How can it get out of sync? By disconnecting that? Is it that one? Yeah. Look. Watch. Rotor desync. Watch what this does. This is ridiculous. You would not expect this. It's like, oh, okay. You're hobbling it around, right? Every time that thing does that, it hobbles around like that, is like doing this to the airframe. Same thing. It's literally, this is aluminum, that's aluminum. It's the same thing. Every time that airframe does this, you're fatiguing the hell out of that airframe. And eventually, watch. This is fine. No, that, up, yup, oh. You see what I'm talking about? It's enough to rip it in half. She'll buff out. That poor Chinook. Yep, something broke. That poor Chinook. The back fell off. Pretty crazy, right? It's enough to, I'm telling you, there's enough force with those, there's enough moment with those blades to rip the back of the Chinook off. This is actually due to one bolt not being torqued right. Yep. Yeah, the amount of moment that the blades have to be able to rip that thing in half is pretty crazy, right? So, Kentab, the front rotor is pulling you this way because they're desynced, and the rear rotor is pulling you this way, and it keeps oscillating. The chassis, because of rotor desync, the airframe is susceptible to torsional load. So the airframe is doing this. It's not just wobbling back side to side. It's doing that. And eventually, you fatigue the aluminum enough, it just rips apart. Just like a soda can, dude. Same thing. That's the same thing. Same material. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Just drag it outside the environment. Yeah, right. Well, Brandano, those blades hit each other, dude. They hit each other a couple of times before it ripped itself apart. Yeah, of course, Nazaruk. Hey, Nazaruk, are you okay? I haven't seen you in a little bit. Is everything okay? I'm just wondering, per our last conversation. Are you good? I've built U2s before. U2, this number would need to be way higher. I'm just checking what my fuel consumption is up here. 123, 29. Yeah, we could make it. We could fly over here and back, no problem. Hypno, I used to work with a guy who worked on the speed governors for helicopter rotors at GE. They did very similar tests with vibrational harmonics on a giant shake table. Each harmonic peak on the graph was labeled as something like door falls off. Oh my goodness. Yeah, right? Yeah, kiosk. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 0.29. Okay, cool. I saw my fuel consumption tests. Yeah, 95 for sure. Okay, shut that off. Now, as we slow down, the rotor RPMs will increase. All right, let's try for this auto gyro landing. Cape had a visitor coming in to patch. Oh, very nice. Oh, wow. Nice plane. Nice, Burns. Thanks, Sweets. Sorry, I guess my question wasn't clear. Why did we stop Mission Mode 2? It got to be too much during the holidays, dude. I'll resume it sooner rather than later. I'm working on some new stuff that I think you guys would like. So, okay. No power. No throttle. It's either Air Force One kiosk VC-25 or an E-4B. I think it's an E-4B. That's not Air Force One. E-4Bs look exactly like Air Force One, but you got to remember, so like, if you're from overseas, Air Force One is only Air Force One when the president is on board. That's when it's Air Force One. If the president isn't on board, that 747 is a VC-25A, Victor Charlie 25 Alpha, VC-25. That is different than an E-4B. An E-4B is a Boeing 747 that's designed for electronic warfare, basically, and other things, but I don't know what those other things are. Yeah, E-4Bs. If those things are flying around, yeah. They're called the Doomsday Plane. Yeah. I don't want to elaborate why. You can go look it up. Kill for gain or shoot to maim. We don't need a reason. The golden goose is on the loose and never out of season. Blackened pride still burns inside the shell of bloody treason. You know what that song's about, right? Well, Cherokee, I know you know. Is there a designation lined up for a spacecraft containing a president? I don't know, Penultimate. I think it would just be, well, Space Force One, maybe? Ready? RPM is high, and then right at the last second, we flip the collective up. Bro. The engines aren't on. The engines aren't on. Yeah, you can auto-rotate this thing. That's cool, man. The runway's over there. Yeah, you're right. Let's go over there. You're right. We'll go land on the runway. Excuse me. The cockpit on Air Force One looks funny. It's because that 747 has been equipped for aerial refueling. It's one of the only 747s around that can do that. E4s can do it too. Now that I'm thinking about it. Check out my auto gyro. Skibbity doo pop. Look at that thing. Let's see. That's not the right video. That's more Chinook destruction. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Last. Okay. See Nazaruk's last. Oh, please, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm good. I've been working a ton, finishing up my electrical apprenticeship. Just hasn't been able to reach family in Ukraine. Taking up the cell tower's been stressed. Yeah, dude, you said that last time, and I that's why I asked. Yeah. Nice auto gyro 95. Yeah, thank you, weather guy. By the way, yeah, Naz, that's why I asked, dude, because you said that last time, and I'm like, so you good? You know? Oh, you missed the landing. I got my own landing to do, man. It's 8 o'clock. We gotta play some summer carb. Boy. Yeah, thank you, weather guy. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, the E6. Mm-hmm. Yep. Would you say it's ready for Kerbal X? Yeah, pretty much, Archie X. Yeah, I think we're good. I said I wanted to get the control systems down, and we did. So let me take a picture of this bad boy and... Yeah, electric pops work really well in 95 because batteries don't weigh anything in this game. I can see this carrying dart. Ugh. I don't want to stop flying this thing around for some reason. I really enjoy it. Does it go under the bridge, though? I don't know. What's the service ceiling? About 30,000 feet, Kentab. 0.26 fuel consumption at 30,000 feet. 0.26. This thing can fly around. It can fly around Kerbin. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. We could take off from that runway, get up to 30,000 feet, head east, and then fly all the way around, come back down, and land on the VAB. No problem. Broomstick one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Smirks is right. Smirks is right. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Saber. What's up, man? I finished the control systems. I basically have a PCB of CAL controllers up there to get this thing to work correctly. But now you can just transition from flight mode to helicopter mode and back and forth. Easy peasy. Working on a KSP mission. Been fighting the builder a bit. Yeah. I would say you need any help, but I'm pretty sure you got it. An earworm for you, MSC in the Star Wars universe? Enco, I would rather play Car Mechanic Simulator in the Star Wars universe, but yes. Alright, 2020. See you, buddy. My summer Android. Instead of